Are we going to do a sound check? I'm like very nervous that my computer's not working and I'm hearing nothing.
You're fine.
We're
I'm
hearing
fine.
you great.
Okay.
Councilmember Weinberg, you wanted to get a sound check in as well?
Sure. Can you hear me?
And yes.
Okay, great.
Maybe we've heard from everyone that's on.
All right. And I think we have everyone that we need to get started. So I will call to order this regular meeting of the Los Altos City Council on Tuesday, May 24th at 7 p.m. City Clerk, would you call roll and establish quorum?
Yes, members of the council, if you are here, please answer by saying aye. Councilmember Flagger.
Here.
Councilmember Lee Ang. We cannot hear you. We tested it early. We'll come back to you. Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Meadows.
Aye.
Mayor Enander.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee Ang. I see her here.
Yes, but we don't have a voice.
That is correct.
So
It looks like you're trying to use earbuds. Is that correct, council member? Sometimes it doesn't work so well. We can't hear you.
earbuds sometimes are not useful. So, but you have to unplug them all together. Whoops, and we lost her. She's going to probably try to dial back in without them.
We can still not hear you, no. I think now you have to change the microphone settings from the pods to your computer.
If you go to the mute button at the bottom of the page, there's a little arrow in the upper right-hand part of that button. If you click on that arrow, it'll let you select a microphone. You could select your earbuds. You could select same as system, which is probably your laptop or computer. That probably is the issue.
Let's see, we don't have chat enabled.
I think she mouthed that she was going to sign off and sign back in.
Right. You are better at reading lips than I am.
It's a tactic you have to learn in trial. Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I think Councilmember Lee Ang is now in the attendees section.
Angel, can you confirm that and promote her if that's what we need to do?
Just did both.
Okay, we can see your square, Councilmember Lee Ang. There you are. Now, go to the bottom left corner of your screen. This is what Jonathan suggested. Go to the bottom left corner where the little microphone is that says mute and click the little up and down little arrow, and it should allow you to change or select your microphone. You may need to change what your microphone is to your system, and then be sure that it is actually that the volume is turned up, which is a separate set of keys on your keyboard. We cannot hear you. I'm going to thank our scouts for being patient. We've got a council member who's having technical difficulties. No, we cannot hear you. And now you appear to be frozen.
I wonder if it's possible if you have your whole device muted and maybe that's,
That's what I was wondering, if somehow she's got her volume all turned all the way down or got the device muted.
right.
Councilmember Liang, can you hear us? Okay, then she doesn't have it muted.
Another option is to just leave your video on, but call in on your smartphone.
Right. Although if she does that, then no, that'll work. That'll work.
Well, she'll have to mute the one that we're seeing her on, even though we're not hearing her, so that she doesn't get interference with the second device.
Right. Yeah, so you'll have to turn off the audio on your laptop or whatever your device is that you're doing the video on. I see her phone in her hand.
You should hear me.
Yes, but you need to turn off the microphone on your device, on your laptop.
I turned off the microphone on my laptop.
No, you did not, or you didn't turn off the speaker. You have to mute the whole thing. Are you on your Mac?
No, I'm on my iPad.
Oh, then I can't help you with what the right keys are.
Well,
but
okay, I'm here. And then let me turn off the iPad and I'll stay on the phone and I'll try to get on another iPad. Or try to redo it. But I can hear you.
Okay,
Maybe
so-
if you pull down the controls on your iPad, you should be able to find mute that way. Okay.
It might be the speaker on the iPhone that's causing the problem.
Yeah, but then I don't think we can hear you. Could you say something, please? Yeah, see, then she won't be able, the problem will be as soon as she wants to speak, we're going to get that echo.
Well, maybe you can be concise and we'll tolerate the echo.
So
Okay, I'm here.
Yay, I think we got it.
Madam Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. So next we have with us tonight, Tara and Millie Schreider, and they are going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Would you please join them? Go ahead.
So I'm in 4th grade and she's in 3rd grade. And we go to Oak Avenue Elementary School. So here we go. 1, 2, 3, go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And Millie, looks like you're a Girl Scout, and Tara, that you're a Brownie. So what grades did you say you were in?
So I'm in 4th and she's in 3rd grade.
3rd grade. And what school do you go to?
Oak Avenue Elementary School.
Great. Well, thank you very much for coming tonight and doing this for us. Have a good evening.
You too.
Bye-bye. And we have had no closed session this evening, so there's nothing to report. Go now and ask if there are any requests for changes to items on the agenda. Seeing none, we'll move to special items. And City Clerk, would you happen to have that proclamation handy?
I semi-handy.
So we have,
And Mayor, if I may, I think you skipped public comments on items not
I'm
on the
sorry,
agenda.
you're right, I did. So while City Clerk finds that, are there any members of the public wishing to speak on items not on the agenda?
There appears to be a solid 3 now.
Thank you very much. So we'll give each of these speakers up to 3 minutes. I know I'm asking you to juggle 2 things, City Clerk. Thank you very much.
All right, so bear with. So for our first speaker, just by the name of who's on top of the list here, we're going to go with Roberta, followed by Marie Young. Roberta.
Hi, this is Roberta. I would like to ask if you would, on the consent calendar, have number 6, the fee
Roberta?
waiver, as a discussion item. Yes,
you would like to essentially pull item 6.
yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
And I'll speak then if, okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker, Marie Young.
Sorry, didn't get the mute in time. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'd like to cede my time to Joe Beninato. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, we can hear you.
Well, there are 2 others who will be ceding time as well. So Beth Beninato
Hi, this is Beth Beninato. I cede my time to Joe Beninato.
and Mike Abrams.
Mike Abrams, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
I'd like to cede my time to Joe Beninato.
And under our rules, the maximum time that can be seated would be 10 minutes. I should say the maximum time that a speaker can speak when time has been ceded to that person.
All right, Joe, you have the floor.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. Over the years, we've had some strange city council meetings, but I think the meeting on Tuesday, May 10th, 2022 sets a new low. Not only do we have 2 sitting council members coordinate with people outside of Los Altos to influence our local business, but multiple violations of Los Altos City Council norms and the Brown Act were committed. Section 54954.3C of the Brown Act prohibits the City Council from prohibiting public criticism of anything you do. I have a right to say that I think Mayor Nander is doing a horrible job running City Council meetings as mayor. I have a right to say that Councilmember Liang has no understanding of design or architecture and shouldn't tell architects how long a metal railing should be. I have the right to say that Mary Nander and Councilmember Liang are obstructing the City Council on multiple fronts and wasted millions of taxpayer dollars in the past 5 years. These rights are given to me by the US Constitution and the Brown Act. However, Mary Nander does not have the right to interrupt me and prohibit me from speaking during public comment when she doesn't like what I have to say. If this happens again, I expect that City Attorney Houston will remind Mary Nander of her obligations under the Brown Act, and I'll ask the other council members to object to such interruptions to point of order per Rosenberg's Rules of Order. Now to the substance of what happened at the last council meeting. I'd like to start off with a definition. Merriam-Webster's dictionary defines the term carpetbagger as a non-resident or new resident who seeks private gain from an area, often by meddling in its business or politics. That is exactly what happened at the last council meeting, and it's an accurate description of the events that transpired. It is interesting that Mary Nander seldom allows for 3 minutes of public comment, especially when there are 9 speakers. Clearly, she knew that both Mr. McCullough and Ms. Foster would be attending the meeting and having time ceded to them, and attempted to facilitate as much time as possible for 2 out-of-town people who have no place interfering in our local business. For years, we've heard both Mary Nander and Councilmember Liang go on and on about local control, yet they're perfectly willing to have someone from Texas who makes a living litigating with wireless carriers try to tell us what to do. And that's at the expense of not listening to the consultants and lawyers that we're paying to give us professional advice. After Mr. McCullough's 10 minutes of time seated were up, Mary Nander and Councilmember Liang provided him with an additional 10 minutes where he answered questions from Councilmember Liang that were clearly provided to both parties in advance. This is very reminiscent of last year when Councilmember Liang and Mary Nander orchestrated an appearance by Gabby Layton of the Embarcadero Institute. There's a pattern here. Then when it was my turn for public comment, I was interrupted in violation of both Los Altos City Council norms and the Brown Act when I used the term carpetbagger to describe people from other states who were interfering in our local business. I was rudely interrupted. Section 11.6E of the Los Altos City Council norms and procedures states that Quote, council members shall be respectful of the speakers and shall not enter into a debate with any member of the public. Debating whether or not a carpetbagger is an appropriate term for a non-resident who seeks private gain from an area by meddling in its business or politics is a direct violation of these norms. Debating whether or not the Planning Commission took a unanimous 7-0 vote on a development project is also a direct violation of these norms. I'm not sure who on staff in Los Altos is responsible for tracking council member violations of norms and procedures, but please note these two violations for the record. Further, section 13.1 states that council members shall accord the utmost courtesy to the public appearing before the city council. Mary Nander violated this norm by interrupting my public comment when expressing my opinion solely because she disagrees with my opinion. Once again, please track these violations. Mary Nander said I wasn't being, quote, respectful in my comments. I didn't swear at anyone. I didn't call anyone stupid. I didn't accuse anybody of being cowardly or rude or condescending. I didn't refer to anyone or anything as a litter box. I expressed my disagreement with how she was running the city council meeting and correctly identified out-of-state people meddling in our local business. In just the last few weeks, when supporters of Mary Nander have gone out of their way to disrespect other council members, staff, or members of the public, Mary Nander has sat idly by and ignored their comments. Let me share a few examples. On April 26, Scott Spielman went on a rant against Vice Mayor Meadows, Councilmember Flagger, and Councilmember Weinberg. He said, quote, this council is dysfunctional, disrespected council members by referring to them solely by their last names, said they're often rude, critical, and condescending, said they have dismissive attitudes to many residents, and this group of three does not care about priorities or about teamwork, and accused Flaggar, his term, of holding onto power and furthering her political career. Mary Nander said nothing as Mr. Spielman spewed horrible accusations against three of her colleagues. People wonder why there's no collegiality on this city council. It's because of situations like this, where Mary Nander actively encourages disparagement of her colleagues. On April 26th, Roberta Phillips called another resident, me, cowardly, extremely unfair, and really biased for expressing my concern about harassment allegations that have been published in multiple newspapers. Mary Nander once again said nothing for this unprovoked attack by someone who feels she needs to share knowledge and comment on every issue at every meeting. On April 26th, in a joint City Council and Planning Commission meeting, Teresa Morris, who's a Los Altos Parks and Rec Commissioner, no less, referred to potential new BMR housing and residents in Loyola Corners as the litter box of Los Altos, with some clearly classist and racist overtones. This comment was completely disrespectful and out of bounds. Mary Nander did not say a word, which speaks volumes about her character. Clearly, Mary Nander has decided that it's perfectly reasonable for residents to openly criticize other council members, staff, and other residents in their public comments. So I'll keep that in mind moving forward and expect she will apply the same rules to me that she used when Scott Spielman, Roberta Phillips, Teresa Morris, and others disparaged council members, residents, and staff. With regard to the specific ordinance being discussed regarding wireless telecommunications, I could not believe some of the things I was hearing. Any council members, lawyers, or residents who raise health issues regarding wireless telecommunications are forgetting that local jurisdictions are not allowed to address such issues that are handled by the FCC. The FCC states that wireless nodes are not a health or safety risk. So any debates about wireless nodes spontaneously combusting and putting cul-de-sac ADA residents at risk are also a folly. Concerns about wireless nodes causing a catastrophe like the Paradise Fire are also unfounded. As a reminder, the Paradise Fire was caused by PG&E, and as I asked during the last meeting, are we now going to consider banning electricity in Los Altos? Either wireless nodes are safe or they are not. Prohibiting them from schools or churches makes no sense, as students and churchgoers need wireless connectivity as well. We've wasted many dollars, I don't know if it's hundreds of thousands or millions, in legal fees since the City Council passed the wireless emergency ordinance in 2019. And we still have perhaps the worst wireless service in all of Silicon Valley. This is an embarrassment as we are in the heart of Silicon Valley. The City Council needs to recognize the emergency ordinance was a mistake and remedy this error. Once again, Mary Nander and Councilmember Liang's obstructionist tactics have delayed fixing this ordinance yet another month. I have some advice for the other council members as we lose another month to the obstructionist tactics. We have seen time and again how Mary Nander and Councilmember Liang ask for change after change for various policies and ordinances and then vote against the matter at hand. They are never going to vote for this wireless ordinance. Like Lucy pulling the football from Charlie Brown at the last minute, they're going to waste all of our time and make the ordinance worse. Then they will blame you for passing a bad ordinance. They and their small number of supporters are going to blame you anyway. However, 98% of residents will thank you for being fiscally responsible, stopping the unnecessary lawsuits, and helping to ensure adequate wireless coverage in Los Altos. As Nancy Reagan stated back in the 1980s, please just say no to any of their suggested changes. Thank you for not interrupting my public comment and allowing me an opportunity to exercise the rights to free speech given to me by the First Amendment and the Brown Act.
Thank you, Mr. Beninato. And City Clerk, do we have a special proclamation tonight?
We do, and I am calling it up right.
Let's see, do we have perhaps Ann Roberts and Dick Luer in our attendees? Let's see if they're here. Thought I saw Dick's name earlier. No, I do not see them. So, as we do annually, maybe you could make that just a little bit bigger. As we do annually at our historical commission, we make an award for contributions to historic preservation. So this is a proclamation that says, whereas the intent of the Los Altos Historic Preservation Award is to recognize exemplary rehabilitation and preservation of historic properties, individuals, groups, and organizations that exemplify the spirit of historic preservation in Los Altos. And whereas the purpose of the Historic Preservation Award is to encourage public knowledge, understanding, and appreciation of the city's past while fostering civic and neighborhood pride and identity by recognizing the historic resources of Los Altos. And whereas Ann Roberts and Dick Luer are two of the longest serving and most dedicated members of the Los Altos History Museum Education Committee, reading countless elementary age students with their very personal and engaging history lessons. And whereas Ann Roberts has served as chair of the Education Committee since 2009, manages the Margaret Thompson Essay Contest in a joint effort with the Historical Commission, and oversees the third grade tour program. And whereas Dick Luer has been a member of the Education Committee for well over 12 years, and after leading school tours for many years, trains docents and expanded the tour program to include fourth grade tours, which he oversees. Now, therefore, I, Anita Enander, Mayor of the City of Los Altos, and on behalf of the entire Los Altos City Council, do hereby recognize, honor, and express the city's appreciation of Ann Roberts and Dick Luer as recipients of the 2022 Los Altos Historic Preservation Award. And I'd like to mention that both of these fine members of our community were at the recent awards ceremony where the Margaret Thompson Essay Contest winners were announced, and perhaps are most famous at that for scooping ice cream as a part of the routine and much loved ice cream social that accompanies that effort. So we appreciate the work that all of the people do in our city with respect to historic preservation, and especially these two people who are long-serving members of that effort in our community. Thank you, City Clerk.
Mayor,
Yes,
have
ma'am.
we lost Councilmember Liang? Have we lost Councilmember Liang? I don't see her. I don't see her anymore.
I believe you're correct.
So there is a hand up in the attendees, so maybe, oh, there she is.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. And we can see you. Yay. Technical problems overcome. So moving to the consent calendar. First, I'd like to ask if there are any just straightforward, maybe one question that anyone has on any of these items, or any item that you would like to have pulled. I'll take either. If you have neither, then don't raise your hand. If you have one or the other, please raise your hand. Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to remove item number 5 from the consent calendar.
Okay. And we've already had a community member ask to have item 6 removed. Councilmember Liang.
My request was for item number 6, agenda item, making sure we got that. Thank you.
Okay. And anyone else? I have a quick question for staff. After looking at the Q&A that came back today on item number 2 with the award, the plan for the Beacon Award for the Climate Action Plan, there's wording in there that says expand these activities. And I'm not sure what that means. Is that because if we get the award, we're going to do something new or different? Or can you tell me what why those words are in there?
This is Laura Simpson, Interim Planning Director. I think it just refers to essentially implementing the climate action plan. And they look at, the award looks at certain standards, for different things like greenhouse gas emissions and things like that. So it will look at, over time, how the city, performs under the implementation of the climate action plan. So it's nothing beyond what has already been in the action plan.
So is the award for the plan itself, or is the award sometime in the future based on what we do with the plan?
It could be given for the plan itself, for the items that are within the plan. So that is what this is recommended as. But there are things that go beyond that. If you get this, you can submit for certain categories under that that would be looked at over time. So there are other things that kind of occur as a result of applying for this, that there are other recognition that can come after that.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Flagger, did you have a comment? You had your hand up, or no? Okay, then I will take a motion for items 1 through 4.
Mayor, I'm happy to make the motion, but do we want to check if there's any public comment?
I did not see any attendees. Let me double check. If anyone wants to comment on items 1 through 4. Haven't seen any hands. Seeing none, Councilmember Weinberg, you got a motion for us?
Thank you, Mayor. I was actually.
Were you going to second? I know. I move that we approve items 1, 2, 3, and 4 on the consent calendar.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Flagger, seconded by Councilmember Weinberg. City Clerk, would you please call?
Yes, if you agree with the motion to approve items 1 through 4, please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Flagger.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Ang,
Aye.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Aye.
Mayor Enander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
We will take items 5 and 6 at the end of our other discussion items. So we have no public hearings tonight. Moving to discussion item number 7. Ms. Simpson, I believe this is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and council members. I would like to introduce Georgina Mascarenas, who is from Alta Housing, who's here with us this evening, and she has a presentation. This will be to present for council's consideration recommendation for establishing a below market rate waiting list for homeownership units. And you could also consider possibly establishing it for rental units as well. Georgina is the Vice President of Property Management at Alta Housing. And Georgina, are you able to turn on your video? I see that she's there. There, okay. Georgina, are you able to unmute and turn on your video? I see that she's a participant.
She is. Georgina, the two things you need to toggle or should be in the lower left corner of your screen, depending on what kind of device you're on. Most of the time it's in the lower left corner. One says mute. There's a little kind of a old-fashioned microphone looking thing, and the other looks like an old-fashioned video camera. And if you click on each of those once, it should both unmute you, and then the other would allow your video to display. There you go.
Hey.
You're still on mute, so you need to click on the little
the microphone.
Microphone.
Can you find that? Right, it's right beside the video camera.
Way in the lower left corner of the Zoom of the Ring Central screen.
There.
There you go. I think we've got you.
So we have microphone issues.
Oops, I think we've got another earbuds problem.
Georgina, maybe you can call in or
yeah, we are not able to hear you, Georgina.
can we share the number for her to call? Let me see. I don't know if she has it.
Do we want the city clerk to give her the number?
Yes, let's try that. So Georgina, you can call on your phone.
So city clerk, can you give her the call-in number, please?
I can read it out loud if that's what you're.
Yes.
Yes, I think at this point we need to do that.
650-242-4929. And
I think she'll still need the ID number and the.
Yeah, well, once she dials in, it'll ask you for an ID number. I'm assuming she's ready for it, but now I'm not so sure.
So Georgina, you'll also need the ID number, so you need to make note of that before you disconnect your video. So listen, city clerk, go ahead.
The ID number you're going to need is 148-852-6986. 6716. And this is right off the agenda.
Will she need a participant ID as well?
No, should not. Think.
Let's see if let me Angel, if you can send the number, I can try to have her, I'll email it to her again. I don't know why she can't get in.
Yeah, I'll email it to you right now.
Yeah, Laura, all the stuff is on the top of the agenda.
Yeah. Yes, let's get that to her.
Madam Mayor, can we maybe go to the next agenda item while they're working on this?
Let's give them a couple more minutes.
Yeah.
City Clerk, by the way, do you have the presentation so that if we do get her by phone that you'd be able to scroll the presentation? Or do you know, Ms. Simpson, if there was another colleague of hers that was prepared to do that, or were you going to do that?
I have it. I think I could share it from my screen once she gets on. I think I could share it while she presents. So I can try to get that ready.
Why don't you?
There's Randy Suda is also here, but I don't know if he was prepared to speak.
I was just going to do a quick introduction on Alta, and then I can also run the slideshow, so that is ready to go.
Okay, so you can share your screen.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Georgina, you're still muted. You're muted. You need to click that mute button that's on your screen. There you go. Can you say something? I think we've got you.
Georgina?
Can anybody hear me?
We can.
I can't hear anybody.
We can hear you.
And it was fine until a second ago.
So can you not hear us? Have you completely unplugged your earbuds from your device? No, she can't hear us. Okay. Laura, do you have her phone number? Can you call her? Or Mr. Suda?
That's what I was just trying to get. Mr. Suda, do you have her number and I can call and so she could hear through my phone?
because we can hear her, which means you could make the presentation. We just would have to rely on perhaps Mr. Suda for answering questions, and I'm not sure if that's practical or not.
So Laura, did you want her phone number? Is that what you're?
Yes, please. And I can call her right now and then she can hear through and I'll mute myself.
650-444-0513.
Okay. We'll try it.
Looks like she's trying to call.
Mr. Georgina? Okay.
She needs to mute herself from her other device. There we go.
So go ahead.
Okay. I'm so sorry. Okay.
Okay, let's go ahead. I think, are you going to drive your slides or do you want Mr. Suda to drive your slides?
I think Randy is going to help me with that.
Okay.
And I'm not sure whether Randy's already done the introduction.
No, we were waiting until we had everything straightened out. Thank you for your patience.
Oh no. And it was fine. I was listening to everything and just it suddenly, of course.
Mr. Suda, are you able to get the slides up?
There.
That's look good. Yes.
Okay, can you see that?
Yes, we can.
All right. Well, apologize for all the technical difficulties. My name's Randy Suda, and I'm the CEO of Alta Housing. I'm just going to give you a quick introduction to our organization, and then I will turn it over to Georgina, who will walk you through the proposed changes. So Alta Housing, in a snapshot, we do 4 basic things. We develop affordable housing projects. We're currently working in San Mateo, Redwood City, Palo Alto, and Mountain View. So we develop those projects. We have 7 projects currently in the development pipeline with about 500 units. In addition to developing new projects, we provide property management services for all the projects we own, and a small number of, we do a small amount of third-party management for other property owners. We provide support services for the residents of our projects, and that takes a wide range of services, from after-school support for family projects to nutrition support for our senior projects. And then lastly, as the council is aware, we provide below market rate consultation and administrative services to cities such as Los Altos. And this is just a quick snapshot of where our current properties are. We have 27 properties currently in operation right now, and 7 in the pipeline that you can see on your screen. So that's just a quick snapshot of Alta Housing and our services. And now I'll turn it over to Georgina, and she can walk you through the changes that are being proposed tonight. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Randy. And thank you for having us at your council meeting today. Really appreciate it. So I'm going to start out with the recommendations to improve our current City of Los Altos BMR application process. So our role would be to establish a waiting list. We will go through the current procedure, which we implemented on our own, which is an interest list, versus our recommended, which would be a waiting list, the advantages of having a waiting list, and the procedure to launch the waiting list for the City of Los Altos. And then we'll have some questions and answers. Sorry, next slide, please. So in order to establish the waiting list, first of all, our current Los Altos BMR procedure, with every new BMR resale or sale, we have to post an ad in the Los Altos town crier, and of course do additional marketing to the school districts, which is done through a contact at the Los Altos School District, and we send an email with the property information to the Development Services Director and the Los Altos School District contact. The owner applicants submit an application packet consisting of about 75 pages. And the reason we have to do that is, one, we are not able to start processing any applications until after that initial 30-day period. So the applications have to come in order to make up some of the time. Applicants have to submit a complete application, which includes their application, their income information, their asset information, their preference ranking, their pre-approval for the loan, and a lot of other documents. And in most cases, unless a person is, number one or number two, meaning they submitted their application first and had a priority, it's a lot of wasted time for anybody who's not able to get all of the information in on time, and a lot of wasted paper. For the BMR rentals, the individual vacancies require similar marketing efforts. However, the marketing is done by the property owner, the developer, or whomever is on site. And Alta Housing just completes the certification meaning the income certification, to make sure that the applicant they are considering providing housing to qualifies based on the BMR program. So we have, in order to try and save a little bit of time, we initiated an informal interest list. So in other words, if anybody called our office at any given time, today, tomorrow, whether we have a property or a unit available or not, we suggest to them that they put their names on this interest list, which is, we don't track date or time. It's not a waiting list. It doesn't replace the advertising period, the 30-day period, or any other marketing. All this does is, when a unit becomes available, we make sure that everyone on the interest list gets the information. So some may get information, that is for a sale, and they're really not interested in a sale. They're only interested in a rental, but we just send out an email blast. So if they are interested, then they can submit an application. And as applications do come in, we apply the Los Altos priority ranking at the moment. So in other words, if the first application is, let's say, somebody who lives and or works in Los Altos, we stamp it with the date and time. However, the fifth application that comes in may be a school teacher, which is priority one. So they would get processed ahead of any application that comes in who's not a priority one. And thus far, I did some research, some checking up on this. Even though Los Altos has, I think there's 5 priority rankings, we've only housed people or applicants, households in priority 1 and priority 2. Sorry, they have 4 priority rankings. We've never had to go to 3 or 4. So what we are recommending here, and anybody please stop me if I'm going too fast. What we are recommending here is that we establish a separate waiting list for the ownership program being a priority. The rental program, we'd also like to, because we think it would be more fair with the applicants who are being housed, and either way, the waiting list would add an additional cost to our administrative fees. We are also recommending that we replace the priority ranking one, live or work preference. However, if the city council prefers to have maybe teachers just use one of the priority rankings, that would be fine as well. Next slide, please, Randy. I think, oops, sorry. So, and the way we would establish the waiting list, the first thing we would do is figure out what kind of outreach we're going to do. We would have to, because it's going to be a waiting list that will likely open and close for a long period. So open for a short period of time and be closed for a long period of time, because we believe that there would be a lot of households who would be interested and get on this waiting list. So in order to market, we would absolutely saturate first the local community, which would be the school districts, all of the school districts that come under Los Altos, which would be the Cupertino, Fremont, Los Altos, Mountain View, all of the school districts. We'd get a list of businesses from the, I'm sorry, I just totally lost it. We get a list of businesses. We work very closely with city staff at the city of Los Altos in order to make sure we get all of the local businesses. We send information to the city itself so the city can circulate it to city employees. So we just do really intense marketing, including the newspapers, local agencies, social service agencies, etc., and with a deadline for receipt of applications, which would probably be around 30 to 60 days. The application packet would be posted on the Alta website and the City of Los Altos website. So anybody who's interested could easily download it, complete it, and send it into our office. The huge advantage of this is that the application packet would be incredibly short, because it would essentially be a basic application. They wouldn't have to include, everything would be self-declared. We wouldn't need any paycheck stubs, tax returns, income information, bank statements, pre-approvals, or anything at this stage. We would enter all of the information from the application onto a spreadsheet, which would include name, address, email address, priority, whether they live or work in Los Altos, whatever the priorities we land on together. And it would all go in a spreadsheet. Once the deadline has passed, whatever that deadline we establish, we would do a random sort of all of the applications, all of the applications on the spreadsheet, which in turn would establish what we call is, it would be a lottery. We would run a lottery, and essentially that would establish everybody's number on the waiting list. So 1 through, let's say, 500. On the spreadsheet, we also have a little box where we would check off their priority ranking. So let's, for purposes of this exercise, we're going to say that we are going to continue with these priority rankings. So we'd have a box that would say, you know, teacher, Los Altos, teacher, or first responder, or live in Los Altos, work in Los Altos. And there would be all of these boxes checked. And as a unit becomes available, again, for purposes of this, we're going to talk about purchase units. We would go down the priority ranking and pull the applicants who have checked one of the priority ranking boxes, or we've checked for them, they put it on their application, and process those applications first. In the event that maybe they had a priority ranking when they applied, but do not at the time that we are processing their application, they remain on the list, and we uncheck the box and go on to the next person. So as somebody, as they get a priority ranking, we check and continue to uncheck the boxes, and they always retain their spot, their original waiting list number. And once the lottery is run, then we notify all of the applicants with their waiting list number, so they can check up on it, and we update this waiting list annually. So every year we send all of the applicants on the list, just an update, are you still interested, not interested? Do you want to be removed? Has something changed? Maybe you have a new job, or maybe you have a priority now that you didn't have before, or vice versa. So any questions?
Let me take council questions first. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Thank you, Georgina, for your explanation of the process. And I think the main concern I have is regarding the lottery process. Is it a public lottery process? Much like schools, I understand like the state has, if you run a lottery process, that people would have an opportunity to witness that. Can you tell me if that would be the case in this instance as well?
So typically how we have done the lottery process is we've invited somebody from the city. So whether it's one person, two people, three, and so that somebody outside of our organization witnesses it.
Okay.
We have.
Would it be open to the public as well if they would like to witness the lottery process?
We can certainly do that. The actual lottery itself takes, I'm going to say, less than 3 minutes, because it's really just a random. It literally is an Excel random sort.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you for that. And then I'll keep my comments
Excuse
for
me,
later.
Councilmember, the city attorney wants to say something.
I just want to check with Alta, but my understanding is the names of people that are receiving affordable housing units or on, housing development registration lists, that's all private information. So I would be a little concerned. Those lists aren't public. It's part of providing these services to people without having their names disclosed. That's my understanding. It's in that bundle of laws that protect, recipients of certain state or federal benefits. So I would be a little concerned about it being public in the sense that maybe names of people would be released. Okay.
Thank you, city attorney. Councilmember Flagger, you were next.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, Georgina, for that presentation. I'm glad you guys are doing this. A few questions. The first has to do with how the proposed wait list would actually work, Georgina. Specifically, if we established a waiting list, and I understand we would update or revisit it every year, and a family or individual is not on that waiting list when a new application period opens, would the individuals on the existing waiting list then be above this new family or new individual coming in who for whatever reason just moved to town or didn't have an opportunity to be on this waiting list before?
Yes, so the households that get on the waiting list first will always be there before others. However, if we have to reopen the waiting list, and based on our experience, the demand is so incredibly high for affordable housing that chances of us reopening the waiting list is probably very minimal, at least for the first 3 years. And when we do reopen, it will again be a lottery process with, let's say, at this point, at the end of 3 years, we only have 100 on the waiting list, on the existing waiting list. The new lottery will start from 101 down. However, with that said, if 1 through 100 on the existing waiting list does not have a priority, number 200 who may have a priority, even though that household is submitted their application 2 years later, they would still go ahead. So that priority will go no matter where they are on the waiting list or when they applied. The priority will go ahead of those without a priority. Did that answer your question?
So that's even more helpful. You did, but then you raised another question, because it sounds like the waiting list would essentially be closed. So, the households or individuals who are on the waiting list, they would obviously get first preference, if I'm hearing you correctly. So for example, if a new household wanted to apply and they're not on the waiting list, they would have to basically wait to see if they have a priority over someone on the waiting list, as opposed to a new household being able to be considered equally with the waiting list applicants during the lottery process. And I understand applying the priorities, but assuming all priorities are equal, assuming, hypothetically speaking, let's say everybody on the waiting list and this new applicant fall within the same priority group. If I'm understanding, Georgina, this new household would not be part of that lottery. The lottery would be limited to the existing waiting list households. Is that correct?
No. So if the waiting list is closed, we won't accept any applications. The only time we will accept additional applications, again, we would start the entire process again. So in other words, we'd start this whole marketing and speak with the city staff. It's maybe contact people have changed, etc. So the only time we would accept an application if the waiting list is reopened. And each time it reopens, we'd start the entire process. So from the marketing to the application period to another lottery. The only difference would be that this lottery, the numbers would start at the end of the first. So if we have 100 people on the list when we decide we need to reopen, then the new lottery will start from 101.
Got it. So in a normal process, at what point do you close the waiting list?
So for our purchase program, and I'm going to refer to one of the other cities that we have worked with, we would close it for the purchase program, if we dependent on the number of sales we have in a year. So for each unit size, so for example, 1 bedrooms, if we haven't had any units, any 1 bedroom units that have come up either brand new or for resale in 3 years, and if we have 10 people who need 1 bedrooms already on our waiting list, we probably would not open it yet. But if we've had like 5 1 bedrooms, because everybody wants the 1 bedrooms, and we only have 10 people on the waiting list, we would definitely reopen. So in other words, we want to be able to house people within a period of 3 to 5 years. If we are not able to house them, then we would not reopen the waiting list.
Very helpful. Thanks, Georgina. Just a couple more questions, Mayor. If I understood the report correctly, Georgina, currently for rental properties, they handle their own BMR wait list. Is that correct?
Correct. And they are not, I'm sorry. They are not.
Have we talked to any of these property management firms to understand their process, and two, if they would be willing to work with us so that we can manage the rental waiting list as well?
We have not. The only property that we have talked to a lot, and that is because I think they changed ownership maybe a couple of years ago, which is the Colonnade. And so we've had several meetings with on-site staff and Stanford. I'm sorry.
Thank you. And then two more questions.
It's breaking up a little bit.
It's okay. So go ahead, council member.
Thank you. And just two more questions. In your presentation, Georgina, you showed that we normally reach out to the Los Altos School District, but then in talking about your outreach efforts, you mentioned other school districts. And I know we have a board member from the Cupertino Union School Board with us this evening. And I just want to confirm that although your slide only listed LASD, that Alta Housing also reaches out currently to the other Los Altos school districts.
So that's a really good question. When we started this process, we have one contact information for the Los Altos School District. I think the person is Erin. I can't remember the last name right now. And so we were given the understanding that we would email it to this one person who would send it out to all of the school districts. And now I understand from somebody else in Los Altos that that may not have been correct, but our contract didn't call out for each that we did outreach to each school district. And that is something that we want to change, and yes.
And along those same lines, Georgina, you mentioned a few entities, including the city, that you reach out to in order to reach your business employees. And I'm curious if the Chamber of Commerce is also on that list.
No, so no, the Chamber of Commerce was not. Again, our understanding was that city staff, and it was the housing director and Guido. I'm not sure what his title was. I think assistant housing director.
Planning manager.
Planning, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But we would send both of them the flyer, and our understanding was that they were reaching out to the businesses in the area. And before that, it was the previous housing director who we would also send the email to. And our understanding with him as well was that they were reaching out to city staff and the businesses.
Thanks, Georgina. And Mayor, two more questions, and they're quick. Just to clarify, Georgina, for the proposed changes to the priority ranking, where you're proposing that we just move to live or work in Los Altos, for the current priority rankings, those subsets would fall within, most of them would fall within live or work. So is the proposal to get rid of the nuances and just have, if you live or work in Los Altos, then you would be within that same priority group?
That is our suggestion, yes, our recommendation, which would be in keeping with most of the BMR programs that we know of and or have worked with.
And then the last question, Georgina, does Alta help applicants with their applications? I think you said it was like 75 plus pages.
We do. So so the great thing about Alta compared to, a lot of, we are still, throughout the pandemic, throughout the past 2 years, when you just could not speak with a person, Alta was manning their phones. Alta had our office open. We took a lot of precautions, mind you. So yes, we didn't sit across the table from somebody. We sat 2 tables down. But yes, we definitely assist with the application process. And that doesn't matter whether it's rental, whether it's for sale, whether it's the applicant or the property managers or the owners. Definitely a lot of hand-holding.
Great. Thank you, Georgina.
Of course.
Councilmember Weinberg, I believe you were next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you very much for the presentation. I only have about 2 or 3 questions, but before I get to them, I want to get to something that you just said that I actually really concerned. We don't know what policy the council will ultimately adopt once we deliberate, but I anticipate that there is going to be a desire, and I know I have the desire, to make sure that all 4 of our school districts are contacted, and maybe the chamber, maybe others. And even though that may not be in the contract that the city recently re-upped with Alta, can you assure us that if this council adopts a policy that goes above and beyond the floor of services in the contract, that Alta is going to take all steps necessary to implement that policy and do that maximum level of reach?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Definitely understand that that's important. We understand that, yes, short answer.
I mean, and I only bring that up because if something didn't happen, it didn't happen. I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm concerned when I hear, well, the contract didn't require us to do it. That's not, I think, that's not the type of relationship I think the city wants to engage in with any of our vendors. And I'm sure it's not the relationship.
Totally agree.
So, okay, got that out of the way.
Yeah.
How many people are currently on the interest list?
There's a little over 800. And we checked that the beginning of this year. So there's a little over 800 with about 650 that are priority 2. So they live and or work. And there's about 75, I believe, who are teachers. And yeah, so there's, 650 who have no priority. So they don't live or work, excuse me.
Okay.
And there are some teachers and people who, they're about 65 or 75. Because we don't really track it track it in the sense that it's not a waiting list, so we are not monitoring it. And we did just for purposes of a report that we had done earlier for the city.
Okay, so the answer to my follow-up question may be, I don't know because we're not tracking it, but if you do know about what is the turnover per year of people going off and going on the waiting list, not the waiting list, the interest list.
A waiting list.
Right now we have an interest list.
Which means not, I'm sorry, can I just ask for a clarification? So are you referring to a regular waiting list that we might have elsewhere?
No, I'm sorry. It was my fault for asking the question poorly. Do you know what the average number of people are that drop off the interest list per year? And at the same time, the number of people that go onto the interest list each year?
So we stopped taking names on the interest list as of early 2021 because we have too many people on the waiting list, on the interest list. and we're just sending a lot of, there are a lot of people on the interest list to cover the units that do come available. And to answer your question about how many people go off, it's very minimal. So we usually, each time we send something out, there may be like 10 or 20 that don't respond. There are very few people who respond and say, take me off the interest list.
That makes sense. Do you anticipate that more or less everyone who is on the interest list right now will migrate onto the waiting list?
I am about 95% sure that once we send, because we will send it out to the interest list as well, I'm 95% sure that most of them will apply to be on the waiting list.
Okay. And does Alta have experience with any of its other city clients of moving from an interest list to a waiting list?
No. So the closest to this would be the city of Mountain View, where we had taken over the BMR administration. And because they had had several other third-party administrators, we had combined all of the waiting lists, and there were about 6,000 people on the 3 lists. But because we couldn't determine who was first, second, third, or 10th, we combined all of them and reopened the waiting list and did a lottery. Yes.
And in that experience, you got about probably 95% of people going back on? Going from those 3 lists onto the waiting list?
No. With that, it was because they were all waiting lists that were over 10 years old in some cases. So no, in that case, the 6,000 whittled down to, and I'm doing this from memory because it's been a few years, it whittled down to about 1,500 or 1,600.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then I think my last question is actually for the city attorney. There she is. Jolie, do we have the authority by ordinance or resolution or otherwise to require any of the administrators of other BMR units in the city, which are not being managed by Alta, to be subject to the provisions of the waiting list that Alta will eventually put together if that's the direction the council goes?
I'd have to look into that. I think what we would try to do is make that a condition of the approval when we say that you need to, when they have their BMR units to meet our inclusionary or for density bonus, and then they enter into the, for sales, they have.
Julie, pardon me, city attorney, would you get closer to your microphone, please?
Okay, I'm trying. Okay. I think we could do it as part of the regulatory agreement, the BMR agreements that get recorded on the properties. And we could likely do it there, but I'm not sure we could go back and do it retroactively, but I can look into it. I don't know if Randy or Georgina know that, but I think we would have to do it as part of the conditions of approval when we impose the regulatory agreement. We would add that as an additional requirement. But I can check and get back to the council on that.
You're on mute, Ms. Councilmember Wellman.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no more questions.
Thank you, and Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be quick, and thank you to you folks from Alta for persevering through the technical difficulties. So the staff report mentions that our current contract goes through, this may be for Laura or someone else, goes through June 2023. So if we decide on any changes, then we're essentially going to have a year to observe the effects of those changes. Is that correct? That's probably an internal question to staff rather than Alta. Laura or?
Yes, I mean, we could also, execute an amendment to the contract, based upon the council's direction this evening, whichever direction, I think there could be.
I don't think we could do that kind of thing this evening based on how the item is agendized, but I would look to the city attorney to comment on that.
Yes, we would. You could give direction to come back with an amendment. I think that would be the best thing.
Right, but we could not direct there be an amendment.
No, you could come back and have direct staff to work on an amendment and come back.
Okay, thank you.
And that wasn't really where, I just wanted to clarify the fact that we have 1 year on the current contract. And so let's keep that in mind then when we get to our deliberations. So then regarding, I must admit, I had a hard time following how you were describing the process works, and that's probably fine. I don't necessarily need to understand all the nuances, but let me just ask a couple questions, and they may be a little bit in random order. So it sounds like the wait list will, in essence, have people be to some extent pre-qualified, and then you'll do a current look when their number comes up in the lottery. Is that correct?
No, they wouldn't be pre-qualified. They would be so whatever information we put on our spreadsheet on the waiting list will be what the applicant themselves have given us on their application. So in other words, they could tell us they make $50,000 a year, but in reality, they're making $100,000. We would put that 50,000, assuming that they're telling the truth because they're certifying to it being the truth, and put that on our waiting list.
And then our
actually qualify them is when they're at the top of the list.
Okay, so it's self-selection, really, but are you at least applying the priorities before you put them on the waiting list, or are they on there even if they didn't fit however we decide to define the priorities?
No, they would be on the waiting list, whether they have a priority or not. However, we would document their priority, which would also be a question on the application. So the application would ask them to check a box. Are you a City of Los Altos school district employee or a teacher? They would have to check off these boxes. And again, they have to certify that they're checking off correctly. We would put that same information on our waiting list.
But so then you're gonna, so then you don't, so then you're really not confirming even the priorities until they come up in the lottery?
Correct. And the reason for that is somebody may be a teacher when they apply, and by the time we are ready to process them, they're not. Then they automatically lose that priority.
Right. Okay. So then you mentioned earlier that it sounded like 650 people or so on our current interest list are not on the priority. Well, actually, this may have just answered that question. So even though they're not a priority now, they could still get on the waiting list based on what you just told me. Isn't that correct? Okay, that's fine. No explanation needed beyond that. And then Mr. Suda described that you have a lot of your own units and you, of course, manage those, and then you do the service for other cities. Is this the same process you use for all the many, I forget the number, but it's quite a substantial number of BMR units? Is this how you do that for your internally managed units?
Yes. So all of what we have are rental units. When we initially lease up a property, a new development, we follow the exact same process.
Okay. And then one last question is probably too much detail, but I'm going to ask it anyway, because you're dealing with so much data. You're asking people to, I think you said you're asking them to update once a year, and you're doing this all on a spreadsheet. Is Is that, it sounds to me like, you know, that's a lot of data to be updating across many people on a waiting list or an interest list or whatever they're on. Is that best practices to use a spreadsheet to manage this quantity of data and all the changes and updates that you make to it and the monitoring that would go on afterwards?
We have not found a problem with it, and we do believe that it is the norm to manage a waiting list. When you have a software program, for example, for our rental units, we do have a software program as well, but we don't put the waiting list on that. We do manage it on a spreadsheet.
Okay, got it. So when they're in the system and in a unit, you have a different system, but you're managing the wait list more casually. I'll say it that way. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor. That's all my questions.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I want to go back. Councilmember Lee Eng still has her hand up. I suspect she has additional questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I was interrupted and then it didn't come back to me for questioning. So thank you for coming back to me. So regarding the lottery, I understand confidentiality is important. And would you consider a process in which everyone gets a confidential ID number and then they can be placed into a lottery to make it more private? But I just am concerned about this electronic type of lottery system. So I hope we can consider something else there and making sure that people feel comfortable being able to either visualize a process. And so would you be open to that?
No, we'd never say no to anything. We haven't tried it. So I can say we'd be open to looking into it.
Okay. The other question I would have is, you talked about management of rental properties. So many people are putting in applications for ADUs in our city, as well as possibly moving out and looking to rent their homes. How would they qualify or be part of this process to help our employees, our teachers, and residents, other residents within our city, register their homes or ADUs to be part of this BMR rental program process or program?
So as far as the ADUs, right now we don't administer anything on the ADUs for eligibility or other purposes. However, my understanding, a very basic understanding of ADUs, that the intent was for them to be rented to eligible households. So if in case any owner would like their ADUs to be included when it becomes vacant, they could certainly contact us and we could see who on our waiting list would qualify, whether it's a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom or depending on the size of the unit. And we could certainly refer applicants off of our waiting list for the ADU.
And just to add on to that, though, I understand that if it were to be a deed restricted ADU where we had designated it, whether it's a low, very low or moderate, but I don't think, and maybe the city attorney, maybe Jolie could help with this, but normally, ADUs are considered affordable by the state, but they are not deed restricted. So there's just some, I certainly think people could potentially be referred to people, but actually using the waiting list, I don't know if that would work. Jolie, I don't know, what do you think on that?
Well, we no longer deed restrict ADUs, and that's not a requirement anymore. But I don't. And you're right, the ADUs are affordable by design because they're smaller, therefore they're more affordable. I'm not sure how we could work out something, but it may be something that we could work with Alta on, having the ADUs maybe be not one of their rental lists or their for sale list, but maybe an ADU list or something. You know, we maybe could be creative and try to look at that, but we'd still have to look at it. And then again, Alta's not handling our ADU rentals. So that would probably be part of another amendment to the contract. But it's worth a look, you know, maybe we can look at it and see, because, you know, if they are getting rented to and fill in our affordable requirements, we would want to definitely get credit for all of that too. So that might be another option that we could look at. And it might be something that HCD's already looked at too.
Okay. And then the other question I had was, I understand the request to reach out to the other school districts, and I support that, and I think it's very important. But there are also, do we have to identify the private schools as well as religious organizations? Because the chamber and the public school contacts will not be doing outreach to the private schools that are located within our city, as well as to any religious organizations. And we have people working at our, you know, churches. And so is that a need that we need to specify as well? So is this for city attorney or Laura or Georgina?
I'll just chime in here. I think for marketing purposes, our goal, if we establish a waiting list, would be to market to every possible agency, school, church, any contact that we could get our hands on.
I agree, but then how are we going to ensure that it's being done? Because I think we thought it was being done at the school level, and I think we have identified that that was not occurring. So I'm just making sure, how do we ensure that that does occur? Either we have to clarify this in the contract, or I just want to be sure that it's made clear and who's going to take on that responsibility.
Did you have any further questions, council member?
That was my question. So
well, I
can
think we
she
can
answer
do that in the discussion.
Okay, we can do that in the discussion.
And potentially
Thank
a
you.
motion. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I just have a couple, and I will also try to be quick. I'm a little bit confused about the recommendation on getting rid of the current lists of priorities, but then you keep talking about priorities. So if we got rid of the priorities and we said everyone who lives or works in Los Altos is eligible, which would cover everybody in the current priorities of 1 and 2 and maybe a little bit that's in 3, then are you also recommending not to make it all one giant pool, but then to still reestablish a new group of priorities?
Reestablished just so it's live or work.
So then would
we would.
So that's why I'm still confused. Okay. We would only open this up to people who live or work in Los Altos. Correct? That's what you're recommending?
We would open it up to everybody because we are not allowed to mandate that somebody has to live or work in order to get on the waiting list. However, if we have a priority that somebody who lives and or works in Los Altos would get a priority, then we would keep pulling applicants who live or work in Los Altos instead of school teachers and then live and then work in the various ranking.
So now I'm really confused, because are you talking about reestablishing a more detailed priority, kind of like what we have now?
No.
Or just a generalized priority of, if you live or work in Los Altos, you're a priority A and everybody else is a priority B?
So if you live or work, you are a priority A and everybody else does not have a priority.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies that very well for me. And I do appreciate your, as I understand, you would be asking people to self-certify as to eligibility and income, basically. And so they would not be filling out the large application, the complex 75-pager, until or unless they became eligible and were asked if they were interested in a specific property. Correct? And you do assist people with that larger application, because I know it's very daunting. We've heard it's quite daunting. Okay. Then my other question is, and I don't, this is not directed to you. I think it may go to either Ms. Simpson or to the city attorney, since we're mostly talking here about sale properties, because apparently most of our units that are rentals are managed by whoever owns the building. Do we have any process by which we share and could share information from the wait list to the newly completing project, for example? If not, how do we make sure that the units that are being rented by the owner actually meet our requirements and criteria that are under, I know they're under their deed restriction, but how do we make sure they've conformed to that if they have no involvement with Alta?
Usually in the regulatory agreement that is part of the conditions of approval for the project, it's a rental project and 20% are going to be BMR at moderate, or so many at low and so many at moderate. The agreement usually has a reporting requirement to the city. It's an annual reporting requirement, and the management companies that take it over from the developer provide that to the city's housing and planning housing department. So
that is not something that's in the Alta contract. That comes to the city officials.
No, Alta also, Georgina, maybe you can answer this too, but Alta also does certify the BMR rental units for the city. They just don't establish a waiting list currently.
Yeah, and so some cities have staff that can work on this. We've contracted out with Alta because we didn't have the staff with the time or the knowledge to do this. So, but it would be a requirement for Alta to help establish that these units that are under these rental restrictions remain there and they don't get sold out from under these rental restrictions,
So just to clarify the process, if I own a building, I rent it and I have deed restricted units and I choose the people to go in the deed restricted units and I report that to the city, and then sometime within a year, Alta goes back and or maybe at the end of a year, Alta goes back and makes sure that the people who are in those units still conform to the requirements. Is that correct?
No, they determine if they're eligible or not. That's my understanding from the very beginning. If you're an eligible tenant, then you get in, and then there is a yearly review, and an eligible tenant can become an ineligible tenant because their salary increased. And what usually happens is they allow that tenant, they give them 60 to 90 days notice that you're going to market rate. Congratulations, you got a promotion, but on top of that, now you're going to have to go to market rate. They can choose to go to market rate or they can choose to leave. And then if they leave, that unit remains a BMR unit. And if they choose to stay, another unit in the complex has
Right,
to
yeah.
go towards the BMR. So so
I understand the back end. I'm still trying to sort out the front end a little bit because the owner is choosing their tenant, correct?
But yes, but Georgina, Alta does qualify that initial tenant, correct?
Before the owner offers the person the place?
No, the owner chooses the tenant and has them complete the application. And then the tenant or the prospective tenant contacts our office and has to come in to us to certify for BMR eligibility.
Thank you. That clears that up. Thank you so much. Okay, that's the end of my questions. And I see at least one hand for public comment. So City Clerk, can we take any public comments on this item?
Yes, if you would like to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature. Mayor, there appears to be a steady, well, 3.
Thank you. We will give them at least their maximum of 3 minutes.
Thank you.
And I know Ms. Cunningham has had her hand up for a long time. So could we please start with her?
Yes. Ms. Cunningham, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Good evening to council members and to our mayor. My name is Lori Cunningham. I am a trustee with the Cupertino Union School District. Appreciate very much the subject and the presentation tonight. I just did want to call out a couple of things that I noted or made note of in the presentation, just to call your attention to for your discussion. I appreciate that Council Member Flagler did call out that, under the current process, the notification called for notification of just the LASD liaison. And I would ask that, of course, in the future, that those notifications, as you potentially are going to discuss tonight, be inclusive of all the school districts, including CUSD and FUHSD. Did just want to point out, I have not seen the current breakdown since the pandemic with the enrollment between the various districts, but the last data set I saw pre-pandemic, CUSD and FUHSD represented, I think it was about 22% of the public school students in Los Altos. So it's not an insignificant number of students or portion of the city that our two districts do represent here in the south end of the city. Did want to call out that item number 3, I appreciate that your list includes some of the CUSD and FUHSD schools that are outside of the city. I wanted to note a couple things for you. Cupertino Union School District does use a middle school model, which is inclusive of grades 6 through 8. So it would be great if the plan can be updated to use the school name, which is Cupertino Middle School. And then the other thing I wanted to note for you is that we do actually have another elementary school that was left off the list entirely that serves students living in Los Altos, and that's Stevens Creek Elementary School. It is in Cupertino, but it does serve students who live in Los Altos off of Cristo Rey. So it includes streets like Kring, Cristo Rey Place, and Friars Lane and Friars Court. So those students are Los Altos students that do attend a different school that was left off the list. And then wanted to call out to you that if school staff are going to continue to be your priority area number 1, which I obviously applaud, I just would like to draw your attention to, if you're going to have a period of time where the application period opens, to please be sensitive to sort of the rhythms of the school year. Times like back to school, end of the term, when report cards are due for our staff, or during the spring testing windows or end of school year. Those are particularly challenging times of year for staff with a lot on their plates. So it would be great if your 30-day window for something like this isn't right overlapping those busier times of the year for school districts. And then the last thing I wanted to call your attention to is that when you're talking about your priority rankings, and sort of unchecking somebody off the priority ranking if they have a change in status, I do just want to call out that for some of our employees, they don't have a choice when we move them between sites. So somebody may be a priority on a priority list for the time that they make their application, but then they fall off that priority list if we have to move them. And that wouldn't be the case for LASD and MVLA, where the whole, all the schools in the district are being included. But that would be the case for our CUSD and FUHSD schools. So just something to maybe be sensitive to. I'm not sure if there's an obvious solution, but something it would be great if you could at least think about as you're considering what to do tonight. Appreciate your time very much. Have a nice evening.
Ms. Cunningham, before you sign off, I have a logistics question for you, if I might.
Sure.
And that is, because personnel change, I know, in different schools, at a practical level, would you consider it sufficient during this waiting list open recruitment period if the advertisements came to the district and we then relied on the district to make the appropriate distributions to the appropriate schools? Or do you think it's important that it go directly to the appropriate schools?
I can speak for our district. I know that we do have internal communication tools where we can toggle on and off specific school sites or specific grade levels, things like that. So I'm quite sure that if you passed it on to the liaisons at our school districts, we'd each be able to disseminate it per whatever rules you choose to set.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anne.
Hi, I have a couple of comments. First, the fact that these units, which we're selling for what, $1 million less than the market value to teachers, and that the teachers who teach my neighbor's kids were not notified of this, is really a shocking failure, and this cannot happen again. But the other thing I have a question about is for rental units that I think you should think about. Each owner is responsible for picking the tenants. Instead of us having a citywide waiting list or of some kind, how do we prevent an unscrupulous owner from taking kickbacks? I see that they have the tenant that they pick has to be qualified, but it seems like an unscrupulous owner could be unscrupulous. And so it would be better if that were under the city control where we could exercise more oversight. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Paulson.
Our next speaker, Susan Russell.
Hi, I think you have the letter that we sent for the League of Women Voters. I just wanted to add on to this that what we'd like to see is that the contract is modified or clarified going forward to incorporate whatever the new priorities that you establish, and that there be a clear wait list, not just for the ownership, but especially for the rental. I'm not so worried about kickbacks, but I think that it should be a third party that administers the rental wait list rather than the managers. I think it should be clear ongoing how one gets on the wait list, and it should be clear on the website how one gets on the wait list, how households are selected from the wait list. I think it's a very confusing process to most people. I think it should also be clear in the contract with Alta, the specific outreach, not only just all of the different school districts, as this evidently wasn't clear, but I think it's important to reach those people, the lower income workers who work in our community, especially for the rental units, because I don't think most of them are reading the town crier. And I also think that there should be a very clear annual report from Alta so that we can see exactly who's gotten the units and, you know, the turnover, that sort of thing. And based on what I've heard, if there hasn't been outreach to the other school districts, I think there has to be a way going forward to ensure they get an equal chance going forward on, you know, on the lottery. And I wasn't clear about that.
Thank you, Ms. Russell.
Madam Mayor, I have no one else waiting to speak.
Thank you, City Clerk. So I'll bring it back for discussion. And I think tonight what we're basically doing is giving direction to staff So anyone who wants to kick this off with a recommendation, be great. Going once. Up, tied hand going up. I'm going to give it to the vice mayor. She has ranking.
Well done. Well.
Okay. So I'm going to suggest that there's some obvious things here that we need to make better, and they're worth doing now. I usually won't recommend this approach, but we know we're going to be looking at this within the year. And so I think it's so obvious on some of these that I would suggest that we focus on that, put this in place, and then plan to do a real in-depth look, especially with the changes we've made. And so try to perfect it a year from now. But there's just, we have to include all of our schools that serve our students. And, so that's what I'm going to say. I think we're probably have touched on some of the same things, but I personally don't think we want to drill down into the details of the process and all that. Let's fix what's glaringly needs to be fixed, and then I think we'll be good. And that we need to get good data back, and it might be just like 9 months from now, because this contract ends in a year, or maybe it's 13 months. So that would be my proposal. And I'll leave it there unless you want me to talk about, as I said, the schools are an obvious fix, and I think others will talk about some of the other ones.
Okay, Councilmember Flagger.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would support, just looking at the recommendations from Alta, I would support modifying the priority list, but I actually would support keeping that first priority group, which specifies our school staff, city employees, first responders, and then have a second priority group, which is everybody else who lives or works here in Los Altos. To be honest, the second through fourth priority categories are confusing. And so I do think we need to revisit them anyway, but I would support keeping our first priority and then having a second priority, everyone else who lives or works in Los Altos. And then the third priority obviously would be anybody else. So that's what I would support if we're looking at modifying the priority list. On managing the wait list, and I know we say wait list or waiting list, I'm going to just stick to wait list. Managing the wait list for the rental properties, for the reasons stated by Alta and our public speakers, clearly this is something that's in the city's interest to do this. It's a matter of working with our city attorney to figure out how we go about having the different rental property management firms do this, allow us to do this, so we're managing their wait list, because they may have their own reasons, obviously, that they want to control the wait list, and so we have to figure out legally how to do that. And if there is a way to do that, short of them voluntarily doing it, I would support that as well. I like the suggestion of, if we move to amending the agreement, which we would need to do with these changes, that we also require an annual report, a very detailed annual report, so we see where these BMRs are going, who are renting or buying these BMRs. And I'd love to hear from Alta if this is something they're able to do. On the outreach, I think it sounds unanimous, where we do want to ensure that the outreach is diverse and wide, and we may not be able to list every single entity or group that needs to be notified, but to the extent we can, we should notify all the groups that we've talked about this evening. And I do think it would be helpful to hear from staff on whether or not this is something they would help to facilitate, because it sounds like staff, at least to date, has been involved in the outreach effort. And so we really want to make sure we know who is responsible for what. If staff is doing the outreach, which groups are they reaching out to? If it's Alta, which groups are they reaching out to? And then what else do I have on my list? Thought I had one more thing. Oh, the clarity of the waitlist process. I liked that suggestion from Ms. Russell, that if we move forward and approve a waitlist this evening, as Alta can tell, there are at least 3 council members who had follow-up questions on how this waitlist process would work. And so I think it's very important that on the website and in our communication, we're very clear on how the waitlist process works. I understand the reason for the waitlist because you want to make sure that families who have been waiting for a year, 2 years, that they do get first priority. But I have to admit that I'm also concerned about families who, for whatever reason, came to the game late, recently moved to the area, and so they in turn would have to potentially wait a couple more years to make it onto the wait list. So that's it for me, Mayor. I think I've addressed all the questions and I'll stop. Thank you.
Councilmember Weinberg, pardon me.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that the Vice Mayor was right that we are best served by looking at this from a very high policy level as opposed to getting into the weeds. And to the extent that we do get into the weeds, I find myself in agreement very much with everything Councilmember Flagler just said. I must say, coming into this meeting, I thought that I had a much firmer grasp on what was happening and what the changes are and the effects of those changes would be. But I found myself getting more and more confused during the question and answer period. And I'm starting to suspect that's not because it really is that much more complicated than I thought, but just the way that we've been kind of slugging through the question and answer period has not necessarily been linear or as clear as could be. I wish that we were able to hear from the most important constituency on this topic, which is the people who are going to be applying to be on the wait list. Nevertheless, I don't know what we can do about that. So we have to go based on the information that we have. I'm sorry to bring this up again, but it really is kind of sticking with me. I want to be sure that Alta is clear that whether we amend the contract or not, we expect Alta to go far above and beyond whatever it may think the minimum standards are. I mean, that this council has not spent a lot of time on the wait list, the interest list, what we do with Alta. We've looked at it once or twice a year, but we're talking about someone who potentially might have to commute from Santa Cruz or Los Banos to come and work in Los Altos. And if you're talking about a really good teacher, that matters a lot. I don't want a really good teacher to get frustrated that their commute is so long. And if one school district is getting all the information about BMR units that become available when another school district isn't, or the fire department or the police department aren't being notified, that's really significant. And I truly hope that Alta takes that into mind. Other than that, I don't think that I have a lot more to say. Again, I agree with what the Vice Mayor and with what Councilmember Flagler said.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee-Eng.
Thank you, Mayor. The one thing I want to be sure is that when we talk about people who are educating our children, that would include those that are in the private schools. So I would want to make sure that the list includes our private school institutions. And since we've identified the public school as well as the charter school, it's important to include the private schools as well. I would like to ensure that we can, once again, have staff look at how we would have ADU inclusion into this program as to be able to, those who want to have their ADUs participate in our program to do so. I'm all okay with saying we support a high level policy, but the problem is it doesn't give us, I would like some assurance that there is some follow through and who we can hold accountable. Just like when we say we're going to be reaching out to all school districts, we still don't have clarity on who is taking on that responsibility. So I do want some clarity on responsibilities and who we would hold accountable. Regarding the lottery process again, I would like to see a little bit more transparency on the lottery process. I know when there's lottery processes held at school districts regarding students, I understand that we have to honor privacy, but there still is a way to provide confidential identification numbers, and yet those numbers then in itself can be participating. Those who observe the process really find comfort in knowing where they stand right away during the time of the lottery. So I would like to see that. I support keeping the first priority for how we've identified it. But I just want to make sure that as we have our first priority, that then becomes a lottery. And then we move on to the second priority, and those people then become in a different lottery. So that way it doesn't get, we have to somehow make sure as we provide some clarity on the waitlist process, we can make that clear. So those are my points, and thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, did you have something else you wanted to say? Okay. Then I'm going to try and wrap this together because this is what I'm hearing, that we want to go ahead with doing an open recruitment and constituting a new wait list. That we want to retain priority number 1 as it exists, have number 2 be all others who live or work in Los Altos, and a number 3 for all others as it is legally required that we take all comers to put them on the list in some way. That we have, and I think this is in the contract, an annual report understanding that what we want are data, not the names or identities of individuals, but the numbers which we've had on the number of rentals, the number of sales, the number of resales, the number of new versus replacements on an annual basis and at various levels. That we want clarity, and I would say direction to staff, that staff is responsible for working with Alta on outreach to make sure that all schools, public and private and religious, all religious organizations, and that we make clear to the schools that this includes non-certificated staff and all employees. This is not limited to teachers. This is all certificated, all non-certificated or certificated staff. And the same with our fire department, that this is not limited to badge staff. And that further, that we're basically saying we want staff to be responsible for making sure this is a robust recruitment process that reaches broadly, including to all of our businesses. And that we will then hold staff accountable for making sure that things are worked out with Alta. That we want to be sure there's clarity in the waitlist process and that the website is as simple as possible in explaining to people how this works. And I think personally that that's very important so that people who do not fall into categories 1 or 2 have a realistic understanding that there is a low probability that they will be able to find housing through this process with us. Because I think there's nothing worse than essentially people feeling misled about their opportunities. That that staff bring back any immediate contract amendments to do any of the above, and that during the coming year, in anticipation either of a extension of the contract or a new contract, that we ask staff to look at the possibility of expanding how Alta can work with rental firms on privately owned rental units, and on the possibility of including in some way deed restricted ADU units. So I hope I've captured a consensus here, Vice Mayor.
I just want to be sure, 2 quick things. Trustee Cunningham mentioned a school that is not included in the first priority, and so we want to be sure, because I think the way you phrased it, you said as is, but there was definitely a school missing there. And the other thing is,
I meant priority number 1 is as is.
Well, that was missing. That was missing a school in first priority.
Okay, that's wanted to be sure.
Yeah. And the other thing is, I can say, I think we may have said all schools and private schools, but I don't think we said religious institutions. So religious schools are schools. So I wouldn't, but I thought I heard you saying churches, synagogues, mosques. I don't know that we have any, but I thought I heard you say religious institutions, and I didn't hear any of us mention that.
No, I'm adding religious institutions because as part of our outreach to other than schools and fire, which means staff has been doing outreach to the quote business community. I want to be sure that we somehow do not omit our religious institutions in town.
You're right. I don't want to admit them, but they're not in the first priority. They're in the live and work in town.
They're in the live and work. I was commenting on that with respect to the outreach process.
All right. It wasn't clear to me, so I just wanted to clarify. So if staff has that, then that's good. Otherwise, that was a good summation of what we discussed.
Okay, Councilmember Liang.
I just want to make sure that private schools will be included in the first priority though, because I think all teachers or educators will fall under the first priority. So
I believe that to
not just adding Stevens Creek Elementary, but adding private schools as well to the first priority.
I believe that to be the consensus of the council. Councilmember Liang, did you have anything else?
Yes, I did want to as well. Once again, if we can look at somehow some more transparency in the lottery process, I request that, and I don't think you touched on that. So
you're right. I omitted to say that. It was the last thing on my list, and I just missed it. That staff work with Alta to see if there is a practical way for the lottery to be more observable than just by a, say, Los Altos staff or council member or whatever. Councilmember Flagger, I'm sorry. Councilmember Liang, did you have anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you very much.
And then Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll address the lottery and the transparency of the lottery. I would actually defer to Alta on whether or not that's a common practice to have it, even if we're able to give each household a code or a number so we're not identifying them. I'm still curious. So I'm basically, Mayor, I'm not prepared to support that amendment. until I hear from Alta on whether or not that is a practice that they have seen, even though I know Alta said they're willing to make the changes that we request tonight. I want to make sure that we're not asking them to do something that's not commonplace. The reason I raised my hand was a question for Alta, just following up on a question Lori Cunningham asked or suggested, that there's certain periods of time during the school year when staff, no surprise, is extremely busy. So I'm curious if Alta could answer this question of whether they help prospective applicants prepare applications ahead of time. Are they able to do that, complete an application, have it waiting, and so when an opportunity comes up, it's just easy for them to submit it? So I'd love for them to address that. Thank you, Mayor.
I'm going to come back and I think I answer that, the latter part, I think, which is, I believe we're talking about basically two types of application. One happens for getting onto the wait list. Another one happens when your name actually comes up for a potential unit. And I think the question between your question earlier tonight and my question was, do they help with filling both of those out at the appropriate times? And the answer in both cases was yes, they do.
Yes.
So can you follow up?
Yes, the question now is, are they able to help them prepare these applications ahead of time, even if there's not an opportunity open? So when an opportunity comes available, at least they've already made it through most, if not all, of the application.
Okay, so Georgina, do you understand? The question is basically, are you willing to help people work on their 75-pager before they're ever found, you've got a potential unit for them?
I don't think so. And I'm being very honest. I think it would be exceptionally time consuming if we don't even have a unit on the horizon. So we would be essentially storing these 75 pieces of paper in our office. So, and it would be completely outdated because all of our information is only good for 120 days. So if anything is stale dated, it doesn't help and we are not able to use it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Above and beyond what you've already said, I'm curious if my fellow council members are interested in asking the city attorney to see whether or not existing BMR units could be made subject to the new waiting list once it's constituted, and to institute a policy, I guess, tonight, that future multifamily housing units that have BMR units designated will have a condition of approval that they will be subject to the city's waiting list.
I'm not sure I understand what you're trying to accomplish, because that is what happens. If it is a for sale unit, it's going to be covered by this contract.
No, there's also rental units.
But the rental units, and that's part of what I put in here, was over the course of the next few months, not immediately, but before the contract would come up to us again, would be to look at whether or to what extent we can get Alta more closely involved in rental units. And that would be whether initial rental or re-rentals or whatever. At least that was my intention. So thank you for letting me clarify that.
Okay, thank you very much. And then with respect to the lottery, I think what Nisa said makes sense.
Yeah, and that's why I said, leave this to staff. Let staff go work this out with Alta as to what's practicable. Does the city manager want to weigh in on anything?
Just one thing, Mayor. The direction received is clear. I wanted clarity on the fourth point. When you said that staff and Alta would work on outreach on that, are you anticipating staff is bringing back a contract amendment for Alta for outreach?
only if you find that to be necessary. Because if staff is able to do outreach, the additional outreach that is needed in lieu of having Alta do it, where it would require a contract amendment, then I think we should allow the city staff to do that and avoid the contract amendment. And I think we should leave that to staff. If you want to bring back a contract amendment because you want Alta to handle everything or some additional more than what's in there now, I think that's up to staff.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
Everybody okay with that? Councilmember Wahlberg, your hand is still up. Okay. Do we need a motion on any of this, or is that city attorney, or is that direction sufficient?
I would make a motion so it's clear for the record, and it would be the motion as outlined, as you outlined it with those tasks.
Okay, I will move that we direct staff as I previously summarized with the additional clarifications over the last few minutes. Vice Mayor?
Second.
City Clerk?
You agree with the motion that the mayor has summarized for us? Please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Flagger,
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Ang,
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Meadows,
Aye.
Mayor Enander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. It being 9:21, we will take a 10-minute recess and resume at, I'm going to say, oops, my clock just tipped over, 9:32.
Regina?
Yes.
Thank you all for coming back Thank you all for coming back promptly. So we'll reconvene at 9:33. Moving to item number 8, and Mr. Maginot, I think this one's yours.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, all. I don't have a formal presentation for you. This item is a chance to discuss returning to in-person council and commission meetings, and am happy to answer any questions that you have, which I know the answers to.
So I'll lead off by saying my understanding is that up until now, we have basically been following the recommendations of the county health officer and any state mandates that might override that. So with that said, does anyone have any questions or comments? Councilmember Weinberg.
I think the time has come for us to go back to hybrid meetings. My thought is, once the council chambers are done and they're signed off on, we should go and move into hybrid meetings. And that's hybrid, not just for residents and staff and the public, but also for council members.
Thank you. Councilmember Flyer.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think Councilmember Weinberg jumped to this.
Your microphone has gone all funky.
Can you hear me?
You sound very gravelly or staticky.
Can you hear me now? I'm trying to speak slowly.
It's not the slowly, it's how much the static is really difficult. I don't know that I would want to rely on it for a legal recording.
Okay. So I'm going to keep talking, but if you need me to stop, I will turn off and then come back on.
I think you probably should turn off and come back on. Councilmember Weinberg, was there something else or were you finished?
Nope, I was finished.
Okay, could you pull your hand, please? Thank you. I'm beginning to wonder if there are sunspots or something about the phase of the moon that's causing all our technical challenges tonight.
Well, and not to steal the thunder from the city manager and or the interim city clerk, but soon we will be switching to Zoom meetings and for city council meetings. So we'll start using Zoom here soon. Hopefully that will alleviate some of the issues.
Now we seem to have lost. There she comes.
Mayor, can you hear me?
That is crystal clear. Thank you.
My computer wanted an extra 2 minutes. No, I was teasing Councilmember Weinberg that he was jumping to discussion, even though I agree with him. I just have one question for Mr. Maginot and then a clarifying point. Mr. Maginot, what are you hearing from staff?
From city staff?
From city staff.
I wouldn't say that we've talked much about this. Of course, we as city staff will follow the council's direction. I think our city manager has some ideas on his direction for staff should council choose to resume some form of in-person meetings. But I wouldn't say that we've had at length discussions among staff.
Thank you. And just to clarify, the list of cities that are currently still 100% virtual. That is their current state, because we know that many of those cities are having the same conversation now or in June on when to return. Right?
Yes, that was as of the writing of the staff report. That was their status.
Okay. Well, thank you. And I know Mountain View, I think they're going back hybrid June 28th. Thanks, Mr. Maginot.
Vice Mayor, I think you were next.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So, Mr. Maginot, you and I both tracked the data last year when you gave your pandemic updates every meeting. Have you looked at the data recently?
I have actually. I will say the county is seeing an increase in the number of cases. I was just looking earlier this evening, and the rolling 7-day average is about 1,000 new cases within the county. I should point out that those are reported cases. So there are perhaps a greater number of cases that are not reported for one reason or another. However, the number of deaths is thankfully is not where it was during earlier parts of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yes. And I would add that if you look at the number of cases, the peak whether we're at peak or that we're heading to right now is actually, it's like the second highest peak. So, there's actually a lot of cases. And I heard on the news last night, and maybe Mr. Maginot, I don't know if you heard this or not, and I didn't look it up today to quote a specific source, but that Santa Clara County is expecting ICUs to be full in the second or by the middle of June at the rate that we're going. So yes, deaths are not, but they're, I guess, to have ICUs projected to be full and with COVID cases, so anyway, I wanted to share that data. That was sort of a question, but I sort of shared data too. So, as did Mr. Maginot.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Lee Eng.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, thank you, Vice Mayor. That was one of the concerns I had, and you asked a question, so I got the information from you raising the information. So my question has been asked and answered, but I'll save my comments for discussion.
Thank you. City Clerk, do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
Members of the public, if you'd like to speak on item number 8, in-person meeting, please indicate so by raising your hand. Mayor, there appears to be 2 individuals that are interested in sharing their thoughts.
Please give them up to 3 minutes each.
Yes, of course. Our first speaker is Pete Daly. Pete, you there?
I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Wonderful. So I'm on the Parks and Rec Commission, but I am not speaking as a commissioner. I think that whatever we decide for council meetings, to return to hybrid meetings, so be it. But I frankly think that the city has so many commission meetings and the staff stays and works such long hours. And I think we've become pretty efficient with Ring Central or Zoom. And I think that some of that second tier, some of those second tier meetings, they should just stay on Zoom or Ring Central. I believe that more members of the public can participate, and I believe it's easier on staff. And I would imagine that there's probably a cost savings as well, although I don't know what it costs to actually host an in-person meeting. But I'm in no rush to see the commission meetings return to in-person. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe, our next speaker. Joe, are you there?
Yes, hi, it's Joe Beninado. Thanks for the time. I think this is an accessibility issue for the public. What the council decides to do, I think we all see in our personal lives that COVID cases are raging. It's affecting all of us. It's affected us recently, friends, relatives, the most I've seen during the entire pandemic. And so, whatever you guys decide to do from a safety perspective makes sense. But moving forward, there are many times where people want to show up for a segment of a meeting and don't want to, hang out in the chambers for 4 hours waiting for their one topic, which ends up getting postponed or whatever it might be. So having accessibility to members of the public who might not be able to make it out or, decide they only want to speak on a certain issue. I think it's important to keep the remote access and also enable in person when the time comes. It gives people a chance to socialize and get to know each other a little bit better. So I hope there's a plan for hybrid moving forward, and whatever you guys decide to do for personal safety, I think is completely up to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beninado.
Madam Mayor, we have one more hand raised since we took a poll the first time around.
Go ahead.
Freddie Wheeler. Freddie, you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm Freddie Wheeler. I am a member of the Library Commission, but I'm speaking as a private resident. I do want to point out that the hybrid meeting or the remote meetings do give everyone the ability to participate, including the public, in both the council meetings and commission meetings without exposing themselves to other people who may or may not have COVID and may have COVID and be unaware of it. I also want to point out that people are vaccinated and double boosted, and they are coming down with COVID in spite of being vaccinated and double boosted. So the protection that we thought we would have with the vaccination is just not necessarily there. And so for the safety of all of the council members, the commissioners, and the public who want to attend these meetings, I would urge you to at least make hybrid meetings available and not return to having to be or having to attend in person for council members and commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's all of our comments from the public. So I'll bring it back to council. I'm going to just make an hypothesis here, and then we'll see if anybody else wants to comment. And that is that I think we'd all like to have the option of hybrid as soon as it is medically feasible. And it certainly gives us pause with, and I'll add 2 other statistics to what's been said tonight. And that is that the glamour of the sewage data is always fun. And I know that the vice mayor is looking at that as a good scientist. And I believe that the sewage data the last few days has been just about where we were at the peak during Christmas. So that's not encouraging, but we've up until now followed the city or the county recommendations. And I think that we take that as a minimum, working toward the idea of having the ability to do hybrid after our summer break, because we expect to have the council chambers finished late next month. And that we would use ourselves as the guinea pigs for doing hybrid and make sure that we've got the system ironed out and then move it into the commissions as the health department and the state, any state orders would allow. And I think that's probably what most of you are looking for. Is anybody who wants to comment further on that? Councilmember Flagger? I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, you had your hand up first.
Thank you, Mayor. So I found, and same with the staff report, I mean, there's many different ways to have a hybrid meeting. And so one thing I suspect, and if we don't all agree with this, then I stand corrected, and you but I think whatever we do, the public should have hybrid access.
Yes.
Just going forward, even forever, forget, I think hybrid just has too many benefits, particularly for the public. So I think if we all agree on that, we should reassure the public that whatever configurations, as we phase back to whatever our new normal will be, there will be hybrid access to our meetings going forward. So then if we agree on that, then really what we're talking about is, how and when do we phase back? You're right, I forgot to mention our the sewage data, which, yes, you described it, and we don't need to go any further in depth into description than that. But so, I actually think I want us to get back as soon as possible, but right now, just because it really is a surge right now, I think the deaths will stay low, but again, I couldn't believe I was hearing that the ICUs they're projecting that they're going to be full in a couple of weeks. So, this is just me, and I'm not really fixed on it. I can go with whatever we as a group decide, but I do think that if we said that we'll come back after break into meetings where we're trying to meet in person, or we even have some of us hybrid, some of us in person, but we can look at what it is right now. But 2 weeks from now, I just don't think that timing is good. And then, well, I guess we have another couple more meetings before break.
Yes. Yeah, I was going to say, we do have 2 more meetings, so we have until June, what is that, the 21st?
It's July, so maybe we have 3 more,
Yeah, we go to July 12th is our last meeting before the break.
Right. So, I mean, it seems to me the break is a sort of natural break, in that we could say we could try to aim for coming back after that. But if the group wants to come back sooner, we can do that. Though I would like council to have the option to be hybrid, where some of us are in person and some of us not, if we are trying to do that before break. Again, it depends on when council chambers is ready. So that's my
Councilmember Flagger.
Thanks, Mayor. So I agree that regardless of what we decide, that the public should have a hybrid option. I also support the idea of planning for this for after break. I am definitely supportive, however, of moving to the hybrid model. I know many, if not all of us, have been to in-person events, both inside and outside. We've had at least subcommittee meetings in person, and other councils, as I mentioned at the beginning, I know are beginning, some have already started meeting in person, and I know others are considering it because, the numbers are high, it's very concerning, and we should watch those closely. And everybody's safety should remain a priority. But I do think we should move toward hybrid meetings in August after the break. My follow-up to that, however, is, and I don't know if Mr. Maginot needs that direction tonight, but the hybrid model, and even just among Santa Clara County cities, can look many different ways. One common format I have heard is to require that you have quorum in person, and part of the consideration there is if we're going to require 1 or 2 staff members to be there in person, we should at least have quorum, majority, 3 of the 5, at least 3 of the 5 of us there in person. And so if Mr. Maginot is looking for that kind of detail about what the hybrid model should look like, please let us know. I have a quick question for the city attorney. If council decides to move to a hybrid model in August, can our commissions remain 100% virtual, or do they also have to move to a hybrid model?
Well, that's the big question. If you're saying, okay, it's safe that we are now coming back for the council, how does the planning commission make those health and safety findings saying they can remain virtual? I know that there are some jurisdictions where the council is hybrid and their planning commission is fully remote. I don't know how. I understand that they say, oh, well, the planning commission is a legislative body and it's made its own determination, but I don't really think that's going to fly. So I think if we go hybrid, it would have to be hybrid for everybody, but this is all still new territory. So, you know, we have time to look into it. And it would be nice if AB 1944 would come out sooner than later, so we all were not scrambling. If we have to wait till January, then that means all of us have had to try to figure it out on our own, which is kind of silly. But right now, I would say if the council goes hybrid, everybody would have to go hybrid, because I don't see how a commission can make those health and safety findings that they're still declaring an emergency.
I might ask a follow-up of the city attorney, and maybe the city manager wants to weigh in. And I think from a practical standpoint, in case there are bugs to work out in trying to do hybrid, it seems to me that we could make a case for doing council be the guinea pigs and do it first. And then once we've kind of got it sorted, then add, you know, a commission, maybe planning because they are a legislative body, maybe then, you know, the other ones kind of one at a time because we've got a burden on staff. This is going to change the world for staff. And I think we have to be respectful of that. So city manager, did you want to say something?
Mayor, I was going to say, assuming the city attorney can help us find an appropriate way, we'll also have not just figuring out hybrid, but then scheduling as well. As are all boards and commissions going to meet in the council chambers? And if so, that do we have a backup if there's a scheduling conflict? As I understand it previously, the park commission, for example, like to meet in different locations. We have different commissions that meet at different times. Certainly, when we go back, staff will also be hybrid. So there's a lot of moving pieces to this. So if there's a way we could phase it in, I think that would be really helpful. Of course, deferring to the city attorney. If we can't, we'll figure it out.
So I think that the clear consensus here, and again, if we need a motion, I'd make a summary that it's the clear sense of council that we would like to plan to go back to hybrid. That's hybrid for both council and for the community after the break, if it's medically, scientifically appropriate. Obviously, if we have a peak that keeps going up and up and up and up and up and up, we might feel by the time we get, you know, a month from now, or we get to our July 12th meeting, and we might say, yeah, breaks, you know, it looks like we've got a disaster on our hands. Let's not do this. But I think the sense right now is to try and do a hybrid model and to let staff work out the logistics of that, as well as a phase-in plan for the commissions thereafter.
And Madam Mayor, one thing that I'll add just really quickly is we'll continue to bring forward the emergency declaration resolution each month, which will allow us to, under AB 361, will allow us to continue to suspend certain portions of the Brown Act, which if council at a future date makes the decision, hey, things have gotten really, really bad, we want to go back to entirely virtual, we'll have that option.
Right. And I will add one data point just for everybody, since we're into data points tonight. And that is, I had the pleasure of hearing a presentation from Dr. Hector Bonilla at Stanford Medical Center, who is the head of their long COVID clinic. And he has prepared a paper where, if my recollection is right, he said that I think it's 84% of the long COVID patients that he's seeing were never hospitalized. And that's a pretty sobering number. So with that, I don't think we need anything further, do we, City Attorney? We are ready to go on to the Council Legislative Subcommittee update. And if I can ask the city clerk to pull up a document. Our intention tonight is just to bring you up to date on where we are on the bills that we've been tracking and give you a forecast for what we'll want to do at the meetings in June, because as we said last meeting, the actions in the first houses basically are going to be finished this week for all intents and purposes. They technically can go over a little bit. For all intents and purposes, they're finished. And we will not have an opportunity to influence the legislation after our July 12th meeting. So we'll have 3 more meetings where we could do anything that we wanted to do. So I just want to kind of run through where we are. And the way I have these, we have these grouped is that these are first the bills that have moved forward, or that we're pretty sure are going to move forward based on where they are, like they're on consent calendar in some cases for their first floor. But the 2 that we've done letters of support for have moved forward. The 2 that we have done letters to oppose have moved forward. The ones for which there is still are likely to move forward. And if I can get you to get the next group, there we go. Let's just do those for now. Thank you. The ones that we expect to move forward and where we may have potential action in June. So we might need to revisit the 4 that we've supported or opposed if they are amended. But otherwise, these others we have not yet taken an action on. And there is a asterisk in front of those where the League of California Cities has put them on their hot list. And so starting with AB 2053 would be the new California Housing Authority. We expect that to move forward. AB 2221, we expect that to move forward. AB 2625, we expect that to move forward. SB 922, we expect that to move forward. SB 930, we expect that to move forward. And then the next 2, which are on the league's hot list, are Senator Portantino's bills 932 and 1067. And what is significant about SB 1067, and we had not necessarily planned to bring a letter forward on that because it was previously applied only to cities with populations over 200,000. So our feeling was that unless the league called for, kind of all troops on deck to try to oppose that, and we might want to do a letter to support that, to support our other cities. Now that has been amended, and that $200,000 population limit has been eliminated so that this would apply to all cities. And that puts it into a little bit more different of a category and makes it actually somewhat like one of Assemblymember Friedman's bill 2097, which is one that we did take an oppose action on earlier. So I think the committee will be meeting late next week, I think, and we will be likely coming to you with letters either for the 1st or 2nd June meeting on these bills. Then the ones that are dead, if you scroll up, please, City Clerk. No, I'm sorry, down. I meant down. My apologies. Bills that have failed, I shouldn't say dead, failed to pass the first house are listed here. And these are bills that the committee discussed, but which we had never brought forward because we were pretty sure they were going to die, and they did. And then I'd like to answer, first take public comment on anything, then answer any questions that you have on any of these items. And then if there are any potential additions that any of you would like to suggest, the committee would like to take note of those and then discuss those when we meet next. So with that, if you'll indulge me, and instead of taking questions from council right now, we'll go over and take questions from any member of the public who wants to speak on anything.
Anyone who wishes to speak on this item, which is item number 9, please indicate so by raising your hand. Madam Mayor, there appears to be no public comment.
Okay, so are there any questions or comments or additions from any of our colleagues? Councilmember Lee Eng, I should have asked you if you wanted to add anything to what I said. My apologies.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would like to add one for us to watch and discuss and make a recommendation to council. That would be AB 2181. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to discuss that, but it is about the full restructure of the Santa Clara VTA Board of Directors. This is going to be voted on tomorrow. And so I think we have time for us to have a discussion on it if it passes on consent this week. And if not, then, I guess no action would be needed. So I would like to add AB 2181.
So you'd like the committee to take up AB 2180 if it passes out of the first house this week?
Correct.
Thank you. And I have one addition, and that is AB 2011. This is a new hot bill from the League of California Cities, which would require ministerial approval of certain affordable and mixed-use housing in office and retail areas and some parking areas, regardless of local general plan, specific plan, or local zoning. So that's one I would like us to take a look at for a possible recommendation. So are there any others that anyone would like to comment on, either that are on the list or that you would like added to the list? If not, we can close this item and move to the next one. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. At the last meeting, you asked me in particular to take a look at the draft letter for, I think, SB 932.
Yes.
I did that. Do you want to save that discussion until we talk about all the letters next week?
Actually, what would be very helpful is if you have comments on that we can get on the public record here, and then you could send them to us and the committee could then incorporate them in whatever revised letter it has. And that way we don't have a Brown Act problem.
Okay. So I've gone through the draft letter and I think there are some things in there that need to be modified. I'm not sure that they're correct. In the second paragraph of the draft letter, you say, we have partnered with the County of Santa Clara in designing new bike paths along the section of Foothill Expressway that transects the city of Los Altos and integrated those new paths with local streets. I don't think that's accurate. I don't remember us ever doing that, with the exception of what happened at the corner of El Monte and San Antonio, which is a small section. But otherwise, there aren't bike lanes on Foothill Expressway other than in very small portions. Foothill Expressway has shoulders, which are being used as bike lanes, but they don't even meet the standards, I think, to be Class 2 bike lanes, if that was the intent. Now, there have been some improvements, like around Leola Corners when the bridge was expanded, but I think that sentence has to come out because I think it's simply not right.
I think it needs to be recast to capture only that stretch of Foothill that was recently improved in the county project.
Okay.
And that would fix it, I think. Good point. Thank you.
There's also a statement here that the proposed legislation wouldn't work because in many circumstances, it's necessary to have interjurisdictional cooperation to put together a logical plan. And I'm not sure that our experience necessarily supports that. I think when you mention that in the draft letter, you're talking about the work that the city did with the school districts and putting together the safe routes to school. But I'm glad that we coordinated and worked with the school districts. It was the right thing to do. But strictly speaking, I think we would have had a very solid draft document, even had we elected not to work with the school districts, or the school districts had elected not to work with us.
Yeah, actually, that can be clarified that we're talking about the ongoing project and work that also includes the county, so that we've got multi-jurisdictions, multi-cities working together, because the bill is very prescriptive on how cities should do things and really constrains cities from being able to work together. Because if the plan we're supposed to have, and it's very prescriptive, doesn't allow us to jibe in timeline with an adjoining city where we need to coordinate, the bill doesn't allow us to do that. And that's what we're trying to get at. But I take your point that that's not clear.
So I read the bill 10 times today. And
I'm sorry.
I just hate the way that staff and legislators are writing these things. And the bill talks about 4 elements of a city's general plan, and we're focusing just on the circulatory plan. But my reading of the bill is not that it prevents us from working with another agency. I think that we're not on real solid ground there, and it would take away from an opposed position. Also, when we talk about the Complete Streets Master Plan, what the draft letter says is that it codifies integration of improvements. The master plan doesn't codify anything. The master plan is a statement of policy. The circulatory element codifies what the city is going to do. And probably with the stroke of a pen and the passing of an ordinance, or maybe by resolution, we could modify the circulatory element. But the circulatory element that we have was passed in November of 2002.
Right.
So our as much as the Complete Streets Master Plan may be a step absolutely in the right direction, it's not at the level of the circulatory element. And our circulatory element is not, I think, a model of what this legislation is hoping to encourage. Again, we could probably incorporate it by reference, but we haven't done that, and that's not on our tentative agenda as far as I know. And for that matter, we haven't adopted the Complete Streets Master Plan yet.
Yeah, it's still in draft form technically.
So I mean, I think there's a place in the letter for reference to it, but I would not hold it out as a model when we don't have a final document, let alone something that we've actually passed and adopted.
So would you recommend not referencing the draft Complete Streets Master Plan at all, or referencing it in a different way?
Well, I think what I recommend is passing as quickly as we can, or at least putting it on our agenda as quickly as we can to see whether or not it passes. No, I think it is appropriate to reference it and go into detail about it, but it is simply inaccurate to say that it's codified.
So can I ask you to draft or modify that area or that sentence or that section, and then provide that to the city clerk?
Yes.
And then we will consider that during our deliberation.
Yes, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you.
And in having this discussion right now, I think we're almost accomplishing a part of what this legislation is trying to do, I think. We not only have a circulatory plan that is 20 years old and says that it expires on its face in 2020, But we also have the Complete Streets Master Plan, which hasn't been adopted yet. We have a separate stop sign policy for some reason. And there's no date on the policy, so God only knows when it was actually adopted and what the circumstances were that were involved in that. But I think it would behoove us, and I know that Councilmember Liang has brought this up in the past. I think it's time for the process to start in looking at that element of the general plan, and frankly, other elements that were adopted at the same time. The last time that the general plan, I think, was really, really updated. Let's see, and then so even getting past those factual issues, I'm curious what the policy issue is that that the subcommittee is advocating that we adopt. I mean, the position is oppose unless amended, but what I didn't see in the letter was, here are the amendments we need to see in order for this council to be able to support it, or at least not oppose it. And also, in looking at it today and looking at the legislative materials, it doesn't look like there's been a lot of interest in this bill, which is also curious to me. There's one city that supports it, there's one city that opposes it, and then there are a handful of interest groups on both sides. But there aren't a litany of cities the way I kind of thought there would be. And I'm curious why you think that might be, and is that an indication that this is not something that should be rising to the top level?
I think it's an indication like what we're experiencing, where there are certain, where there's a limit in the amount of time for whatever reason, either staff or whoever's driving the legislative agenda in a council is putting priority on other things, that this is not rising to the list of the top 2 or 3 bills that a lot of cities care about. We're just trying to be complete on things that we've seen the League of California Cities pay attention to. And so that's why it was on the list.
Okay. Well, then I'll just sum up then. If I'm going to vote in favor of the oppose unless amended position, it would be useful if it would be a requirement for me to really understand what the amendments are that, if incorporated, would trigger the council's withdrawal of his opposition.
Right. Thank you. Councilmember Liang, did you want to comment too on this or something else? Okay.
No, I think we've covered everything.
Okay,
Oh, sorry, is my hand up? Oh, sorry.
Nope, that's all right. And Councilmember Weinberg, I am deeply appreciative, although dismayed, that you read that bloody piece of legislation 10 times. But for the vice mayor's benefit, sometimes that's what it takes before you can really understand the thing. Because I can only echo what Councilmember Weinberg said. Whoever is drafting this stuff is not our friend in terms of clarity. So it's really fun to try and figure out, by the time you get the triple negatives done and the modifications to the modifications of some other section, really, where are we? It's an interesting challenge. So thank you, Councilmember Weinberg. Really appreciate it. And can I ask City Clerk, please, then to put up item 10? There was a document, and this was deferred from our last meeting. And I'd like to say that I'm pretty sure we're going to get through everything on our agenda tonight. So what we intended to do at our last meeting is simply to report that the Open Government Committee did meet, and that we basically came up with 4 policy issues to look at, and they are listed here. Is there anything we have to do because of state law? And specifically regarding the Brown Act, because this policy was originally created on the concept of going beyond the requirements of the Brown Act for public notice. So there's kind of a 2-part piece of that. Then what changes, if any, would staff like to see us make so that the policy is more practicable in the current environment and looking forward to hybrid meetings? Because there are certain noticing and posting and availability in the current policy that are probably have been overwhelmed by the technology changes made since the last time, since the policy was drafted. The third is looking broadly at any changes to public noticing requirements, because that was, again, a principal driving force behind creating this policy, is how can we better serve the public by creating good noticing practices on development projects. And in that, we would include the story poll, as well as the other kinds of development projects. And there have been a lot of changes into what can be noticed, what must be noticed, and so on, because of changes in state law, as well as interest from the public on certain kinds of developments where we might wish to do noticing in ways that are different. So that, for example, projects that were previously noticed to the public because they went to commissions, if those no longer go to commissions because they're now some sort of discretionary approval, should we still allow for some sort of, or require some sort of noticing to the public about those? So those are some of the conversations that we'd be having. And then finally, and this is a requirement in the policy itself, which to the best of my knowledge, and I went back and read all of the reports and the times that this has come to council in prior years, is that the policy itself asked for a review as to whether the cost of the policy of going beyond the Brown Act was considered to be worth it, speaking colloquially. And so before the committee meets again to answer these, we have sent a number of questions to the city manager and the city attorney to help us in this discussion on these items. I don't know whether anyone wants to make comment. I think we shouldn't get into trying to discuss details because the committee does not have comment back from the city attorney and the city manager yet on the questions we posed to them. But if there's anything anybody wants to say at this point, we certainly ought to do that, and we ought to allow the public to make a comment if they want to make a comment as well. So I'm going to ask first for if there are any members of the public who want to say anything about the issues that are going to come up. I don't know, city attorney, did you want to say anything before we went to public comment? Okay. So city clerk, can we see if we have any members of the public who want to speak?
Yes. Yeah, members of the public, if you'd like to speak on this item, please indicate so by raising your hand. Mayor, I see no one with their hand raised.
That
no one wants to speak about open government.
Vice Mayor, I think you were first.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. So I take, and I agree with you if you're saying we're not going to discuss these 4 items tonight, and Jolie's got some homework she's working on, and we'll take that in. I did want to, though, say a few things as to how, as I've been looking into this, how I look at this committee, because it doesn't mention, but I mean, we've talked about it before, that this committee is still identified as a pilot committee. And so as I look at what the committee's goals were and what the committee has produced, in some senses, it's like an incubator. So open government takes some ideas, tries to improve transparency, incubates things. Sometimes they become their own policy. For example, the story poll policy is a council policy. It's no longer, really sitting within the open government committee. It's a council adopted it. And so it incubates transparency enhancing measures. And so some of the points that you've brought up here will be good to answer. But I do think we shouldn't forget that we really have an open question about the committee itself, since it's still defined as a pilot. So, and one of the questions kind of ties into what you've asked, there's been a lot of changes in the law, et cetera, et cetera. So has this committee incubated sort of enough, and is its role still relevant in the new environment, whatever that is? It changes all the time. The environment is very dynamic, obviously. So, but I just wanted to share that context of how I'm looking at this, because even though story polls may have come out of it, ownership is not with this open government committee anymore. It's a council policy. So, but anyway, so I just thought I'd share that, which doesn't really, just my perspective.
No, and I will say that one of the questions we addressed to the city attorney was dealt specifically with the pilot issue, and making sure that what we understand from the record and what she understands and where we are and what are some options for where we go from here on that specific issue. Just to reassure you that, yeah, that's on our radar.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. So I read this 4 times earlier today. And each time before I read it, I read the 4 questions you posted earlier. I'm struggling with why we have this. There are some policies I think that we're going to get into at the appropriate time, but in general, it's a collection of policies that don't need to be a part of a formal open government policy. I mean, if we tell staff we want to keep recording the planning commission meetings and the city council meetings, and we want to make sure that public record requests are all disclosed quarterly, I don't think you need a published policy to do that. I looked at our 5 neighboring cities, and I didn't see an open government policy in any of them. And we're really not following the policy anyway. And so I'm talking about section 2, which requires at least 8 days to post an agenda and the supporting materials. And I understand that sometimes materials don't come out until late, but even the report today that we just had up on the screen, that didn't come out 8 days ahead of time. So even in talking about the open government policy, the supporting materials didn't come out 8 days ahead of time, in violation of the policy, which says that they shall come out ahead of time. So I think just from a top-down perspective, I don't know what it is that we are accomplishing with this. I think it is appropriate to say, is it worth the bang for the buck that we get for having 1,000-foot notice radius period, notice area, when maybe the law only requires a 500? I mean, that is a much bigger, it's going to be more expensive. Whether or not it's worth it, it's probably going to be in the eye of the beholder. And then, of course, there's the story poll policy, which I anticipate we're going to deal with when it comes to the housing element. But the other things in here, I don't know why this is a part of an open government policy, which is a pilot and is required to come back to us at least once a year. I don't want the policy of making sure that we keep all our meetings until the end of time to come up every year. I mean, yes, that's something the council wants to do. Staff knows that. Whether or not we have an open government policy, I think, is immaterial to whether or not staff is going to follow that general practice. So when we come back to this, I'd love to hear kind of why we still need to have something like this at all.
So noted. Councilmember Fleiser?
Thank you. I guess Councilmember Weinberg did a lot of reading today.
Apparently.
So I looked at this in preparation for our last meeting, and very similar to Councilmember Weinberg, when I went through the open government policy, there were so many things I knew we weren't following.
Yep.
I do come out a little bit differently, however, than Councilmember Weinberg. So I do see the value in having an open government policy. What I question, or ordinance, if we decide to go that route, depending on legal's advice. What I do question, though, is whether or not we need an open government standing committee. Because I think how this really should work is if, as a full council, we identify a policy that we want council to consider, then we would create an ad hoc committee to look at that potential transparent or open government policy. So this idea of having a committee look at this every year, I don't see the value there. I think it's great to have an open government policy. And if there are things that we want to add to it, then we form an ad hoc committee to look into that specific proposed addition to the policy. So that was my reaction to looking at a policy I had not looked at for a while. And, you know, there are other things I have, but knowing that those questions are going to come back to us, I'll hold those other comments. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that by saying that one of the questions that we've posed to staff is that it's been a past practice, while at least 3 of us have been on council, I know, where we've directed this committee to look at the norms and procedures or stuff in the commission handbook under the notion that those were all part of kind of governance. And so one of the things we're looking at is that really the right role, and is that a legally appropriate role given the charter for this committee? Or should we have been doing something different, or going forward, should we be doing something different when we want some of our other governing documents looked at? So that's another issue that we're gonna look at. Councilmember Lee Eng, do you want to close with anything about this?
No, I'm glad we heard from the other council members on their thoughts on this, on our direction going forward. So we'll be mindful of, you know, their comments, and a lot of it will determine on what we hear back from city attorney as well as the city manager. Thank you.
Thank you. And so as promised, we'll go back now to item 5, the tree protection ordinance. And I think Mr. Maginot, do you have something you want to say about this before we open it up to the council members who wanted to talk about it?
No, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions from council before I take public comment?
And Mayor, if I may, I think I was the one who pulled this item.
Yes.
And the main reason is, as you know, and I'm sure the other colleagues know as well, there have been times when we direct things to our commissions and they're throwing their hands up saying, what exactly do you want us to do? Can we get some direction? And so my concern was we were sending this over to the Environmental Commission with limited guidance and direction. And, you know, I would appreciate having that discussion so we can frame this for the Environmental Commission so they have an idea of what, if anything, specifically we want them to consider in their review.
Thank you. I had the same concern, because although I believe it's the process of this is going to be that it will go to the commission, would come back to us for discussion and then go on to planning commission, and then come back in a final form. I think that's what was the plan, but Mr. England might correct me. But I similarly thought, you know, really we probably ought to, if any of us have kind of strong feelings and we have a consensus about those strong feelings, it would be better to mention them now than later.
So, yeah, Mayor, I think on that, the order that we're intending you have is correct, to take it to Environmental Commission, come back to the Planning Commission at a study, or council at a study session, then to the Planning Commission, then back to council. We're asking the Environmental Commission to look at the technical aspects of this, not the policy aspects. So which trees should be protected, what makes sense for a protected tree on species and size, and then come back to council to wrap up the policy questions and get direction before we move forward. It's a little out of order, but we've had a Council asked to put this on the agenda, I think 3 times in the past year. We had it scheduled at the retreat and at least every month since January. And we've just not had time to get the conversation. So we thought letting the Environmental Commission start on the technical piece and coming back maybe when it was a bit slower for council to address the policy pieces that really can be free from the technical and process components. We thought we may get a jump start on it.
So then are you expecting that, pardon me, and I will come to you next, Vice Mayor. Are you expecting that the Environmental Commission and or staff, when we have a study session, would surface policy questions that you thought needed to be addressed?
I think at the study session, staff would bring forward policy questions based on the conversations councils had from agenda items. I don't think we'd ask the Environmental Commission to address the policy questions, though. This was something that our sustainability coordinator was working on. Her work was mostly directed towards the outdated protections we have in place, again, and those are free from policy. So that's, we were hoping to get a start.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So in City Manager, maybe you stay on screen too. So I didn't pull this, so I did have some concerns, though I was willing to let it go through because as City Manager just described, it'll come back to us for policy. But I do wonder about, so any question to do with trees, if you don't actually have an arborist in the discussion, I don't know how constructive the discussion can really be. Just for example, what trees are naturally suited to what will now be a majority drought environment that we're in. Our poor redwoods are not faring so well. Without an arborist in that conversation, how far can they really get in the discussion? Because it's not really a policy question, it's really a technical question that I don't think the Environmental Commission necessarily has the answers to.
And Vice Mayor, I agree. We do have people on staff or access to experts to have that type of discussion. Again, right now, what our ordinance says on mitigation is it's basically just up to the director can determine what mitigation is. And the director also doesn't have that expertise or the arborist on staff. So again, we're trying to come back with the technical components without we don't even have to alter the policies that we have in place. If council gets to the study session and says, well, we actually like how the policies are, we should still look at when does a tree become protected, not by type, but by diameter. If we are going to do mitigation, how would we do mitigation? Where would mitigation make sense? What type of mitigation makes sense? These are all the technical components, again, that would be free from policy.
Right. And there's one other thing, and this might be better suited for the study session, but I'll bring it up and then you can tell me we're going to talk about it in the study session. But there's a piece, tree protection obviously is very important, but so is what I'm going to call tree etiquette or tree hygiene. We do so many things wrong in this town with our trees. We plant them under power lines. We plant a tree in a spot based on the size it is when we plant it, completely ignoring that an oak tree is going to then invade, the neighbor's space, and the leaf litter will be a fire hazard, and all these other things. So to me, we have a bigger issue than just tree protection. We have tree etiquette and tree hygiene. I'm just going to call it that. It's not really hygiene, but how do we actually appropriately care for our trees and not create more problems? Because there's just a lot of problems, and I talk to a lot of people who just have real issues with trees, and we don't help them address those issues. So that to me is an important component.
And Vice Mayor, I agree with that. I think that's part of mitigation. One of the things, again, we don't have in our policy is how do we follow up on when trees are planted after we've mandated it? Do people actually do what they say they're going to do? Are those trees still alive in 12 months? Did they plant them in an appropriate place? Is it the right type of tree? All that's in mitigation. Now, the other part that you're raising would be policy, right? Do we, as a city, want to assist the management of our tree canopy Do we want to help people with tree removal on their private property mitigation, things like that? That's not something we'd ask the commission to look at. That's where, once we've identified type, location, all that, now council can create policy based on that.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, you finished? Okay, I think Councilmember Flagger is next.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to follow up based on Mr. England's responses and even just listening to the Vice Mayor. You know, if staff and Mr. England are able to make that clear distinction to the Environmental Commission on the narrow focus of the technical nature of the referral to the Environmental Commission, that I'm comfortable with that, because from listening to this discussion, I think everything that I would have wanted to give guidance on would clearly be policy. And if this is something that the Environmental Commission will have a clear understanding that it's not in their purview, then I'm comfortable supporting the referral as it's proposed in the staff report. So for example, maintaining trees, as the Vice Mayor said, tree etiquette, that was definitely on my list, and working with property owners and residents. But if that's something that falls in the policy column, then I'm fine waiting until this comes back to us in the study session. But I would ask Mr. England and staff to ensure that the Environmental Commission really understands what the direction is. Thank you.
I'm going to apologize. I think Councilmember Lee Eng was next, and then Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I think Councilmember Weinberg was first, just to
thank you.
Clarify that, so he can go first.
Okay.
I'm generally in accord with everything that I've heard. I would like to get some assurances that when the commissions get a hold of this, their recommendations, whatever they may be, that they understand that their recommendations need to be in harmony with other policies that the city has. So I think that this is a vitally important thing that we're doing. We really do need a policy to help the residents and to help staff make sure that we have a healthy tree canopy. What I don't want is for this policy to be used as a way of slowing development and preventing additional housing. So I almost think that we really need to wait until we have at least the draft housing element that we're submitting to the state before we really even get into this, because the policies that we have in that are going to have to trump, I think, some of the policies that might otherwise be offered in the tree protection ordinance.
So I will say, Councilor Weinberg, I think today the policies we have in place would not limit housing production, ADU placement, anything like that. And again, the Environmental Commission looking at the types of trees and all that, it would not change that policy. Council could get this back and council could change that policy, whichever way you want it to go. The tree policy is not going to come up in the housing element constraints. But I do think, to your point, how the tree policy is drafted can impact how development takes place. Our intention is not to change that through the Environmental Commission. Again, we desperately need to update some of these things. It's a very old policy. It references the Public Works Department, which we haven't had for several years, but is now coming back. So we will again be in compliance with our own ordinance. There are items in there that we've fallen desperately, terribly far behind on, that are simple things that should not be difficult for our staff and the commission to look at and make a recommendation.
Sure. No, I understand that. And I didn't think that this policy was going to be a part of the housing element at all. And Lord knows that we have plenty of policies that are out of date. I invite you to take a look at half of the general plan if you want confirmation for that. We have an opportunity really to harmonize plans and ordinances as we're reviewing them. And I just want to emphasize that I think that that's really important. And as important as our tree canopy is, it's not being looked at in a vacuum. And at every stage, whoever's looking at it, I think really needs to be advised that it's not being looked at in a vacuum.
Councilmember Lee Eng.
Thank you, City Manager England, for the clarification. As everyone can remember, we received a letter from one of our constituents, Mr. Wing. I think some of the points he raised were some things that should be looked at. So as the commission looks at this tree canopy policy, please have them also review that letter. That would be helpful. I always thought it was important for us to review our tree canopy policy, and not only for the protection of our trees, but also to protect our infrastructure that we have in place, because it affects our infrastructure. It affects neighbor-to-neighbor relations. And so the Vice Mayor bringing up the etiquette component about it is very important. We have people who are damaging trees as well as damaging relationships. So thank you so much for everything you're doing and sharing this information with the Environmental Commission and bringing all the points that we're raising. Thank you.
And I'll just close by saying I appreciate the city manager taking the initiative to say, hey, can we get some of this technical stuff going when the council doesn't yet have bandwidth to deal with this? And I know that I was introduced to the concept of urban forest shortly before I came on this council. I found a number of urban forest documents really helpful to understand the issue, which I had never thought, much about other than the trees that were in my own yard. But I also am confident that staff will appropriately involve the city attorney so that the commission members who themselves may not be aware of right of way and trees in right of way and how the city requires and limits what people can and can't do and what the city's responsibility or not are, and those kinds of things are made very clear early on to the Environmental Commission. I think it will help save them time. And I wholeheartedly agree with what the Vice Mayor said about neighbor relations. And if we can do something that enhances our urban tree canopy, preserves what we have, and helps us do things going forward, that will keep a good canopy, even a better canopy than what we have. That will be great, because I moved in this city 44 years ago, and there are trees dying all over this city, and it's partly because their lifespan is over. And I remember Councilmember Weinberg saying something about that. And I'm not sure that our tree protection ordinance recognizes that there are trees that have a lifespan, and you shouldn't have to let them die before you take them down. So I'll stop there. And with my thanks to my colleagues and to the city manager, I don't think anybody has anything else, or else raise your hand. Otherwise, we will move to the next item.
Mayor, because this was on consent, and I'll let the city attorney correct me, but I think we need a motion to move forward.
Okay. I think you're right. So thank you for reminding me.
Yes. So you need to direct the Environmental Commission to work with city staff.
Right. So I will make the motion to direct city staff to work with the Environmental Commission, and that the staff convey the information and concerns expressed tonight to the commission. And Councilmember Lee Ing, you had your hand up.
That was to second the motion.
And Councilmember Flagger, you have your hand up.
I do, Mayor. A friendly amendment to your motion. Can we please be very specific that these are technical changes?
Sure.
So that it's clear. Thank you.
Sure. That the Environmental Commission is to look at the technical aspects. And if they surface any policy questions, they're welcome. I think you would welcome them saying, this policy question occurred to us. as just as staff would, but they're not going to go into it. City Clerk, I think you have a motion and a second.
We do. I have a motion by Mayor Enander, seconded by Councilmember Lee Ang. If you agree with the motion on the table, please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Lee Ang.
Aye.
Councilmember Flagger.
Yes.
Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Meadows.
Aye.
Mayor Enander.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Now we'll take up item number 6. And do we have Ms. Price? You've been holding with us all this time. Thank you so much. I don't expect you to make any particular statements unless there's something, and now I see both you and Director Legge. So who wants to say anything first?
Mayor, I think we'd appreciate to hear from the council member who pulled it first.
Okay, we had a public member who pulled this. And is that public member still with us? Because perhaps we should start with public comment. So, City Clerk, can we find out if we have public comment on this item?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I see 2 people now with their hands raised to speak to this item.
Okay, can we give them each 3 minutes, please?
We will give them each 3 minutes. Oh, my clock has shifted. Our first speaker is by the name of Roberta. Roberta, are you there?
Yes. So, okay. So the reason that I asked for this item to be discussed was because I've actually done a lot of research. And today I spoke with one of the council members in Palo Alto, and that I understand from them that the at Coverly, where the Friends of the Library does rent space for the day-to-day functions and for their book sales. And when I looked at the fee schedule, which was worked on, in great detail, which I'm looking at now, by the staff and then approved recently by the city council, they list, for example, the Los Altos Community Center, the Grand Oak Room. If I'm a resident, I pay $250 an hour. And if I'm a nonprofit, I pay $125 an hour. And then every other one, Art Garden House, everything, nonprofits are all 1/2 of the price. So they already get a break. I also sent to council the financial report from the Friends of the Library, and they, the assets are $948,000, and this is the most current report, and that the income exceeded their expenditures by $65,000, which was then added to the reserves. So I do feel that the Friends of the Library do serve a good purpose in town, just like a lot of other nonprofits in town. And I think that they should pay something. They're already paying half if you want them to pay a quarter, but I think that we still need to pay our employees, pay our for maintenance of the building, and we all need to share in this, pay double. So I think that either you come up with a policy first. I don't see why the Friends of the Library can't continue working out of the Lacey building or the garden where they are now, because we're not going to build offices in the next 4 to 5 to 6 months. And so I would really appreciate it if we can come up with a policy that is fair to everyone. I don't think that I think the nonprofits are doing good jobs. They're already getting a 50% rate. And if they need additional help, I think that's fine. But I don't think giving it away for free where we can have zero cost recovery is appropriate. So that's why I pulled the item, and I hopefully that you'll be able to come up with some kind of compromise position. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Freddie Wheeler. Freddie,
Yes, can you hear me?
you can.
Thank you very much. Full disclosure, I'm a member of the Library Commission, but I'm speaking as a resident this evening. I would ask that you allow the Friends of the Library to have the use of the community center rooms at no charge. The reason that I'm requesting this is that all of the money that the Friends make ultimately goes for the benefit of the community of Los Altos. The Friends support a tremendous number of programs at the Los Altos Library, all the children's programs, most of the teen programs. They purchase books, the bestseller collection, the great courses. There's just a tremendous amount of good that they do. And the money that they make from these book sales goes towards, all of it goes towards the Los Altos Library. The money that Ms. Phillips references that's in the reserves is in the reserves being held there, hoping to be spent on a new library. That money is committed towards the library, and it will be spent as soon as the Friends have the opportunity to spend it. It's not being hoarded. So I just wish that I do agree that there needs to be a policy. I'm hopeful that when you consider a policy that you'll think about nonprofits who generate funds, all of those funds being used for the benefit of the community, that perhaps they can have use of the community center's facilities at no charge, because whatever charge that they have to pay for the community is money that's not spent towards the good that they could do, for example, at the library. So it's money that's going to the city. It's just to a targeted focus, and that's the library. And the library, of course, serves the entire community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I see no one else with their hand raised.
Okay, Councilmember Weinberg has his hand raised, so he can lead.
Thank you very much, Mayor. It strikes me that anything that we charge the Friends to use city facilities for whatever purpose is not money we're charging the Friends. It's money that we're taking away from the library. I think Freddie Wheeler spoke very well. I find myself in agreement with everything she said. I am completely comfortable with a policy of, if your nonprofit's sole mission is 100% to support a city asset, then you can have a fee waiver to use city facilities in furtherance of your mission. So I move that the council grant the request.
Anybody else? Comments? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. We're not actually discussing the policy, I think, that Councilmember Weinberg proposed, but because we're just looking at this request. But
Yes.
I do also want to make the point that although potentially there's an opportunity cost associated with the space in the community center, we don't actually know that it would be rented. We're not, we're not paying money out. We're just potentially losing the ability to rent it out. But regardless of that nuance, I support the waiver for the Friends.
Councilmember Fliger, I think you were next. No, Councilmember Liang? Go ahead.
I had more questions. So my questions would be to the city manager on how long would it take if just by chance we wanted to continue this item to allow it for further discussion and allow for development of a policy? How long would it take to create that policy?
Councilmember Liang, I believe we have the use of Civic Center property scheduled in June, but Mr. Maginot can correct me if I'm wrong. So we intend to have that discussion at council at before the break.
So that means we're having a discussion on the policy coming up before the break. So could we further table this discussion till after that policy comes to us?
I'm sorry, point of order, Madam Mayor. We're not discussing the policy. We're discussing the fee waiver.
No, I think she had a question about sequencing of council decisions that might affect a decision tonight. And
Correct. Thank you.
Unless the city attorney has a problem with it, I think asking and answering the question should not be a problem, but I'll let the city attorney weigh in.
That shouldn't be a problem, but we're not getting into the policy tonight.
I'm not going to talk about the policy, but I just wanted to know timeline so that perhaps I feel that this item can be tabled so till we have that discussion until then.
Okay, do you have any other comments on this, council member?
Well, I personally feel that, you know, it's coming up in a couple meetings, so I would be willing to table this discussion so that we can understand the policy, so that way we can have a more equitable application on how we look at, you know, facility usage for everyone.
Okay.
So I guess if someone's asking for a point of orders, that motion to continue this item or table this item could come forward. But yeah, I don't think everyone's spoken yet. So
Yeah, I think I heard you, Jolie, say that if someone wants to bring forward that motion, they can do that to defer it, because that would be a proper motion.
yeah, that's one of the options. A motion to table it or continue it is one of the options, but I don't believe everyone has spoken yet on this. So that's just an option out there for Councilmember Lee.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you when you turn your head.
Okay, so that is one of the options tonight. Is it could be an option to continue this item, and that, but then I don't think everyone has spoken, so I'm not sure what the other options are. So
yes,
I also already made a motion to approve.
There was a motion, but it was not seconded yet. So it's not a motion under discussion yet. Councilmember Fliger?
So I'll second the motion. And I will respond to Councilmember Liang's proposal. I do not support continuing this item. My support for approving the fee waiver will remain the same even after considering the policy in June, for the reasons we heard from Councilmember Weinberg and Freddie Wheeler, or public speaker. And for all the reasons, we know how much the Friends of the Library, how much they do for the community. I will point out that on April 12th, only a couple of weeks ago, we had another fee waiver request from the Ye Old Town Band. No one pulled that item. It was for $5,400, a waiver of an annual fee of $5,400. No one pulled that item. No one commented on that item at the meeting. It was on the consent calendar and it passed. And so I want to make sure that we're treating all these organizations the same. And so if council members, my colleagues have concerns about fee waivers, I hope they would apply it consistently and not only to some organizations. And so I wholeheartedly second the motion by Councilmember Weinberg to second to move forward with approving this fee waiver for the Friends of the Library. I did have a question for Mr. England, not that it would change my position. I was curious, why not Lacey, at least for this year, and why the community center?
So Councilmember Flagger, the request came from the Friends of the Library. This is their preference, and they're able to make this request to council per the policy.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and I'll just comment that my preference would be that they use the Lacey building at this time, because I agree that with the vice mayor that there's no way of knowing if there's an opportunity cost. But as a matter of policy and practice, I think if we have the potential for revenue without unduly burdening a outstanding organization like this, that we should ask them to give us the possibility of additional revenue. So that would be my request. And so I will likely be voting no on this. I would also be comfortable with deferring it so that we would have an opportunity to find out if they would be willing to move to Lacey, at least for the immediate next sale. But there is a motion and a second on the floor. So City Clerk, I'm sorry, Mr. Councilmember Weinberg, did you want to make an additional comment?
I did. Madam Mayor, would you consider supporting the motion if the motion was a fee waiver for either the community center or Lacey, if the Friends would prefer to use Lacey?
A fee waiver to use Lacey, if they would use Lacey, I would support. Because I do not believe there's any notable possibility of forgiving fee of having Lacey available compared to the use and availability and desirability of the community center.
I completely understand the logic and where you're coming from. I'm trying to see if I can get us to 4 or 5 votes. What I think I heard you say was you would be okay continuing this to find out if the Friends would be okay using Lacey instead of the community center. So yeah. If I were to change my motion and if Nisa as the seconder agreed, would you support the motion if it was a fee waiver for the Friends to use either the community center or Lacey, depending on what is their preference?
No, I would not, because they've already expressed their preference, which is that it is the community center.
Okay, then I don't understand why you were willing to continue this to find out if they were willing to do it somewhere else.
In other words, if we would say to them, we will waive the fee if you go to Lacey, we won't waive the fee if you go to the community center. Do you want to take your second chance and go to Lacey?
Okay, I understand where you're coming from now. Then I'll leave my motion as is.
Thank you. Thank you for asking, and thank you for trying to find another solution.
I would like to make a friendly amendment.
And
I am trying to be equitable, and I do support like not questioning asks at this time, and I don't want it to come back. And I would support a motion to have it at Lacey for the rest of the year and then we can have the policy come back. So I agree that it should be at Lacey for the rest of the year, and then it gives the staff time to bring back a policy. So I hope you would accept the friendly amendment.
And Mayor, if I may,
go ahead.
Point of order, just because I raised Lacey, I was the first one to raise Lacey, and hearing Mr. England's response saying that was the Friends of the Library's request, and he didn't provide any additional information about why they may have preferred the community center over Lacey. I know Elaine, and I don't want to put her on the spot. I don't know if she's still the Friends of the Library president, but I would appreciate hearing from the Friends of the Library if there are particular reasons why they prefer the community center. Because when I was reviewing the packet, I was curious why not Lacey. hearing Mr. England's response that that's what the request is, I'm just curious if there are things that maybe as council we're not aware of, why the Friends of the Library may have a preference for the community center.
So first I'm going to turn to staff and ask if either Ms. Price or Ms. Legge has any insight here. And then with all of your concurrence, if we do not get an answer there, and if we do have someone among the attendees who can answer that question, I would like to ask that.
And
So,
then I had a question for you, Mayor, if you don't mind.
do you want to ask that before or after Ms. Price or Ms. Legge responds?
Before.
Go ahead, please.
So the amendment, the friendly amendment I made, would you be open to that friendly amendment that I had proposed?
I'm not sure that I matter. It's the maker of the motions that matter. And I'm not sure that I would want to compel this for the rest of the year, because there's some other things that I know the city manager wants to get going on with the Lacey building. So now let me ask Ms. Price or
Mayor, I think I can answer that question. In speaking with Elaine, she had informed me it was the direction of their board to try and move from Lacey to the community center. I do not know the reasoning behind that. I was not at the meeting, but she told me it was the preference of the board, and they discussed it to have the one sale at Lacey and then ask council for the fee waiver for the community center. It's speculation, but I think they believe it's a much more functional site for what they're trying to accomplish.
Okay, thank you. Are you speaking now for staff so I can let the other two of your staff members off the hook?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Weinberg, did you want to say something further?
No, I didn't. Based on the information that we have, I don't accept the friendly amendment.
Okay. Councilmember Lee Eng, did you want to say anything further?
Yeah, I was just hoping that we could get a unanimous support for this item, and I thought it would be good if we could. And I thought my friendly amendment would allow for that.
Yeah, doesn't sound like it. So I think we have a motion and a second to approve this item as presented on the original agenda.
That is correct, Mayor. Members of the council, if you agree with the motion to approve this item as presented, please indicate so by saying aye. Councilmember Weinberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Flieger.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee Eng.
No, and I do want to say that I would support a waiver at Lacey. So I just don't want it known that I was not willing to waive.
Council member, we've previously been advised that we should not be giving.
Okay, I just wanted to make
rationales
that
or
clear.
voting.
Okay, thank you.
Vice, go ahead, City Clerk.
I believe the last two members I had to call roll was Vice Mayor Meadows.
Yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Enander.
No.
Thank you. Motion passes 3 in the affirmative, 2 nays.
Thank you. And that concludes our normal business. We're moving now to information items, the tentative council calendar. Is there anything anybody wants to add or discuss about the future council calendar? Councilmember Lee Eng, you have your hand up first.
Sorry, I didn't put it down.
That's okay. Councilmember Weinberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me start with a question for the city manager. Is our city's policy with respect to members of the public ceding time to others standard for how most councils in California run their meetings?
Councilmember Weinberg, I would need to do some research on it. I don't think I would refer to it as standard, but I couldn't guess as to what percentage operated it and in which way. And there's multiple ways to do it.
Okay, so based on our experience over the past year and a half, my feeling is that the policy that we have adopted of members of the public ceding time to other members is not accomplishing what we had hoped it would accomplish. I would like to see us bring back and reconsider our policy with respect to members ceding time to other members.
I believe that would have to be a direction to review the norms, because that's where it's contained.
Okay, so I think that it would be appropriate for us to review the norms, specifically the section having to do with seating time.
And just a point of clarification, council member, would you want that looked at with respect to council and commissions, or just for council?
I guess both, but if only one would get me the 3 votes I need, then that's fine.
Without getting into a discussion, the commission is usually bound by the rules of the council if it's not so stated in the handbook. So I think it could be the council, and then it would also apply to the commissions by default, but I don't want to get into a discussion.
Right. Okay. Anyone else who wishes to support the council member having this added to a future agenda item? Vice Mayor? I don't disagree with you necessarily. I'm just not sure it rises to the importance that we need to try and get it done in the midst of everything else that we're trying to do. Councilmember Flagger?
Thanks, Mayor, and I appreciate the suggestion, Councilmember Weinberg. At this time, I can't be the third vote because, and I'm not getting into a discussion, but I'm not concerned about how our current norms allow for seating of time. I'm more concerned about the norms being abused. So at this time, if your request is for us to reconsider the seating time norms to change it so that we don't allow for that, I can't support the request.
So there's 2 to bring it back for a discussion, looks like.
2, if there's no staff
report, yeah.
Report required.
And I was not married to the idea of eliminating seating time. I think it should be part of the discussion. I think based on the experiences that we have had, especially recently, that it would be appropriate for us to address ways to ensure that there is not abuse of the policy.
I think that could give rise to discussion about what constitutes abuse, which we can't get into here.
Agreed.
Yes.
I think what I'm trying to say is I'm not married to the idea of let's eliminate the policy.
And Mayor, based on that clarification, I can support the request. I thought what he was proposing was to bring it back to discuss eliminating it, which I wasn't going to be the third vote for that. But if the idea is just to discuss the norms and to ensure that it's being applied appropriately and not being abused, I can support that.
Okay.
So
my second also didn't assume, I wasn't assuming we were bringing it forward to eliminate it. So I was also assuming the discussion.
Okay, so the request is to have a discussion as to how seating of time is used and whether that is appropriate or should be changed in order to move the effectiveness of council's deliberations forward, because I think that's the ultimate goal of all of this is input that helps
Mayor,
move our deliberations.
Just as one final point of clarification is based on the first question from Councilmember Weinberg, is staff being asked to review what is common and accepted practice in other local governments, or schedule on the agenda a discussion of if how we currently have it set up is appropriate?
It sounds to me that it's the latter, not the former. So I think staff's off the hook on doing research. Do you concur, Councilmember Weinberg?
I do.
Thank you. Anything else?
Mayor,
Flagger.
I was waiting for Councilmember Weinberg to ask about the Complete Streets Master Plan since he mentioned it a few times earlier. Since he hasn't, I wanted to just check in to find out when that's coming back to council.
Councilmember Flagger, I believe the amendment to Alta will be coming forward in June. Assuming the amendment is approved, the work can be completed, and we think the document can come back shortly thereafter.
Thank you.
And that means you're certain that there's an amendment required? Because I didn't come out of the conversation feeling like it was required. But again, I don't want to dive into that discussion, but it sounds like you've already made the determination.
Based on the direction and changes from council and the work that has already been completed based on those directions, Alta has submitted a request for change as they've completed work they feel that's been outside of scope and needs to be paid for.
Okay.
Okay, anybody else? I have one for the first June meeting, continuing with the theme of celebrating New Year's and new beginnings for various cultures within our city. I will be bringing forward a proclamation to celebrate Juneteenth. And so doing that in the first meeting of June is the appropriate time to do that. So if you would be so kind.
And you don't need a second, Mayor, but I second that.
I'm hoping we can have a little education in the process. All right, anything else before we move to council staff reports? Well, then let's move to staff reports. I'll lead. I was pleased to, and I'm sure we all were pleased to get the email today from Kim Mosley that the Peninsula section of the Mercury News, it does a bests every year, that we were voted the best town on the peninsula, which is terrific, and congratulations to the chamber, to Lava, to our merchants. And I think I counted at least 10 merchants that were also voted bests, as I just looked very quickly through there. So I won't try to enumerate them for fear of missing one. I also was pleased last Saturday to be at the first Santa Clara County Historical Preservation, the new organization's historical awards, and to give and accept an award for the Ruiks, who were not present to accept their award for the work that they did. And that award was nominated by our Historical Commission for the house on Grant Road, and also our Historical Museum. And Dr. Ward received an award for the restoration of the tank house. And that was an award given by the new organization, one of two that they gave. So big congratulations to them for that. Councilmember Weinberg, do you want to report on what's going on with the Youth Commission selections? Or would you like me to cover that?
Put me on the spot, wasn't expecting this. So the selection committee met. I think we met on Sunday. I think we had a very productive meeting. We selected 12 applications out of about 35 from whom we would like to hear interviews. Those interviews are scheduled for a week from, still a week away from today. It's still Tuesday. So I anticipate that at our next council meeting, we will have recommendations for new commissioners for the Youth Commission.
Right. Thank Thank you.
And also, thank you very much to the mayor who, she and I think both worked very hard. It was a very efficient meeting, very productive.
Yes, I agree. And thanks to Councilmember Weinberg who put everything in a beautiful spreadsheet for us, which he's very good at, which is a bad thing for him because it means when you need a spreadsheet, you call Councilmember Weinberg. Anybody else? City manager, is there any other thing that you or staff?
No reports, Mayor.
Okay. Then if there's nothing further, I'm going to check my list and make sure there's really nothing further. We get to adjourn at 11:22. Thank you all.